responding to the challenges faced by women human rights defenders who shared yet again the importance of networks in safeguarding
is also concerned with the limited access to the African court by civil society, and hereby urge the African Commission to call on states parties, especially Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Rwanda, to reintegrate Article 44.6 of the court protocol to provide access to the regional system. It is that the forum's engagement and participation has a profound effect on the lives of millions of people. The importance of collaboration and building strong networks is crucial for success. We want to encourage the African Commission. We want to congratulate the African Commission for being the focal point for monitoring the implementation of the ONU Convention on violence against women. We would want to assure the Commission of the readiness of civil society to join them in this endeavor. As the Maputo Protocol celebrates 20 years, we want to encourage the mechanism to engage and with states to ensure that those states that have not ratified will do so, and those that have ratified will implement. It is also important that those who have reservations will be requested to consider lifting those reservations. I want to end in conclusion to say that the civil society, they are determined and we are ready to accompany the Commission, and we continue to witness the determined dedication of participants, facilitators, and partners. As we proceed to the 83rd session, it is therefore imperative that we march with determination, courage, and unity throughout our journey. On behalf of the African Center, the participants of the forum, and all participants, partners, we wish the Honorable Chairperson, the Vice Chairperson, and all members of the African Commission a fruitful session. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Foster, for representing the vital perspective of civil society and giving us a highlight of the outcomes of the NGO forum, which would feed into the deliberations of the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission. Next, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Joseph Whittle, Chairperson of the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, who is joining us online to deliver his statement. Dr. Whittle, please proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Honorable Minister of Information, representing the Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished delegates, all protocols duly observed. On behalf of the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, NANRI, I extend our profound gratitude for the opportunity to address the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We deeply appreciate the Commission's continued leadership in promoting human rights, accountability, and justice across Africa. The theme of reparative justice for Africans and people of African descent carries significant weight in addressing historical injustices rooted in slavery, colonialism, robbery, and ongoing structural inequalities. These unjust acts of servitude contributed to the underdevelopment of Africa, and the calls for reparative justice are spot on. Reparations serve as a critical acknowledgement of the profound harms inflicted upon African societies, recognizing the enduring legacy of discrimination, marginalization, and economic disenfranchisement that continues to affect millions across the continent and the diaspora today. By adopting reparative justice frameworks, we reaffirm our collective responsibility to recognize or to rectify historical wrongs and provide meaningful avenues for healing, reconciliation, and sustainable social transformation. As Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, affirmed, quote, "There can be no justice, reparation without truth," unquote. NANRI emphasizes that effective reparations must transcend mere monetary compensation to comprehensively addressing underlying structural injustices. This entails transformative institutional reforms that dismantle discriminatory practices, that enhance accountability, and promote equitable governance. Additionally, reparations must include robust measures for cultural restoration, revitalizing and preserving African heritage, languages, traditions, and histories that have been systematically undermined or erased. African states must aggressively reclaim their looted treasures, such as, among others, the Benin bronzes, Ethiopian treasures, and the Magdala crown that are unjustly held in Western museums, which amount to a significant loss of cultural heritage for African nations. Integrating these elements ensure that reparative justice genuinely empowers historically marginalized communities, fostering socioeconomic resilience, dignity, and inclusive development across Africa and among people of African descent globally. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, issues such as extrajudicial killings, threats and violence against human rights defenders, and severe humanitarian and human rights crises in various regions, including the DRC and Sudan, demand urgent holistic attention. In the year 2024, during some protests in Kenya, Amnesty International reports that over 100 people were extrajudicially executed. These numbers would easily run into thousands if aggregated across the entire continent. NANRI emphasizes the need for protection of human rights defenders, rigorous accountability mechanisms for violations, and sustainable solutions to address the underlying drivers of conflict and insecurity on the continent. Furthermore, we recognize the significant intersection between human rights and economic governance. It is essential that economic policies and practices consistently uphold and embed human rights standards, ensuring that development initiatives and trade agreements do not perpetuate exploitation, forced labor, torture, or other forms of human rights abuses. NANRI strongly encourages member states, civil society, and private sector to work collaboratively toward establishing and maintaining normative frameworks that respect human dignity, promote equitable participation, and contribute to inclusive and rights-based growth. To this effect, we acknowledge the ongoing advocacy efforts for a torture-free trade treaty. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished guests, national human rights institutions have endeavored to advance accountability and strengthening human rights protection mechanisms across Africa. NHRIs have been instrumental in monitoring violations as well as implementing recommendations from truth and Reconciliation Commissions, as demonstrated by the NHRIs in Kenya, South Africa, the Gambia, Morocco, among others. The NHRI in Morocco is a perfect example of how NHRIs have been providing victim support services, preserving records of past abuses, and managing reparation programs. Thus, NHRIs significantly contribute to enhancing state accountability and reinforcing governance structures committed to preventing and remedying both historical and ongoing human rights violations. Strengthening collaborative engagement among NHRIs and the Africa Commission and the broader civil society organizations will substantially amplify our collective efforts in addressing complex human rights challenges. Such partnerships should leverage complementary roles, shared resources, technical expertise, and grassroots perspectives to enhance the effectiveness and reach of human rights interventions. Chairperson, in conclusion, NANRI warmly welcomes continued collaboration and strengthened partnerships with the Africa Commission, member states, NGOs, and all other stakeholders represented at this session. We strongly encourage increased engagement with NHRIs to collectively advance comprehensive, meaningful, and effective human rights protection, including reparative justice initiatives. I wish you fruitful deliberations during this 83rd honorary session of the Africa Commission, and I look forward to ongoing collaboration, collective action, and concrete outcomes in our shared commitment to justice, accountability, and human dignity across our continent. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wittau, and through you to NANRI for your dedication towards building resilient and effective national human rights institutions in Africa. I now wish to call Her Excellency Immaculada Rocha, I Cortes, European Union Ambassador to the Gambia, representing the European Union Special Representative for Human Rights, to deliver her statement. Your Excellency, please come up to the podium. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Information of the Republic of the Gambia, Dr. Ismail
representing the Minister of Justice for the Republic of the Gambia, Director General, Mr. Fatah Sajansi, representing His Excellency and Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Chairperson of the African Commission of Human People Rights, Mr. Esteemed Commissioners of the ACHPR, Your Excellencies, representative of the state parties of the ACHPR, Chairperson of the African Commission of Human Rights Institutions, Dr. Dawda, Mrs. Hannah Foster, representing the NGO Steering Committee, Executive Secretary of the African Commission of Human and People's Rights, members of the diplomatic and the consular corps, friends of the ladies and gentlemen, protocol respectful and join observe.
It is a great
honor for me to be here today to convey the realities of the new special representative, Mrs. Kairaba, and former new special representative of human rights of FSCOM, that was here in October. It is a special privilege because this year, 2025, represents and marks the 25th anniversary of the European Union and the African Union membership. It is a symbolic moment for us to reaffirm our commitments to share values, peace, prosperity, and human rights. This year will be marked by multiple occasions when the European and the African will be together, and we will look for the ministerial meeting in Brussels, and of course for the summit before the end of the championship. Just as Agenda 2063 envisions a prosperous, peaceful, and integrated Africa, the EU was founded on the same principles to promote peace, democracy, prosperity, and well-being. Human rights are the compass that guides all our unions. They have to continue doing so if we want to have it done to the whole world. The European Union is proud to be a long-standing partner in supporting the African government, the African Commission for People's Rights, alongside the African Court, the Committee of Rights of the Child, and the Pan-African Parliament, who will as well participating today here, play a crucial role in this framework. We also commend the APRM, ECOSOC, and the ACHPR Secretariat for their critical contributions. The European Union supports the African Union vision to invest in conflict prevention, not only in conflict resolution. And we're doing it tackling the root causes of conflict, which is basically protecting rights, strengthening institutions, upholding the rule of law. Those are essential preconditions for resilience, development, and the creation of economic opportunities that create growth and jobs. In a rapidly shifting global landscape, we must come closer together to protect multilateralism and international rules-based order. Together, our unions represent 40% of the UN General Assembly, and we must use this voice very wisely. There is still lots of work to do ahead of us. Allow me to point out some of the areas where further efforts could be put. It's been mentioned, women and girls still suffer disproportionately in conflict. Though the orders of conflict know no gender boundaries, women and girls are particularly targeted. We become targets of sexual violence, used as tools of war to destroy not only our body, but also the social fabric that binds communities together. The Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa still awaits universal ratification and implementation. And evidence shows that peace processes are more effective and sustainable when women and youth are actively involved. We support the African Union also in its efforts to uphold human rights in peace support operations and commend the Commission's focus on compliance under the UN Security Council Resolution 2719. It has also been mentioned that there are ongoing conflicts, and we remain very, very concerned about them. Sudan, Eastern DRC, Ethiopia, Mozambique, and even some post-electoral tensions that have risen up during 2024 in the country. The EU continues to support mediation efforts and conflict resolution initiatives led by the African Union and its partners. We are also troubled by shrinking civil society space, rising restrictions of freedoms of expression and association, and acts of political and gender-based violence, including the stigmatization of LGBTQ+ persons. These trends run counter to the African Union's own guiding principles. In that context, we strongly support the Commission's leadership in protecting the rights of minorities and vulnerable groups. The adoption of Resolution 252 is a milestone we fully endorse. But the European Union is not immune to human rights challenges. And in that framework, we value your honest feedback and remain committed to open, respectful dialogue. It is why we are now organizing the 20th European Union-African Union Human Rights Dialogue that will take place later this year in Brussels. It is understood that the African Union theme of the year 2025, Justice for Africans and People of Africa Descent through Reparations, will figure in the upcoming dialogue. We will also focus on the rights of migrants and refugees, people with disabilities, all persons, and human rights defenders. We will continue addressing challenges such as digital transformation, climate change, and protecting of economic, social, and cultural rights. In that sense, we are pleased to support the African Union in implementing its business and human rights policy and developing a regional program of responsible business conduct. As the African Continental Free Trade Area gains momentum, we must ensure that human rights remain at the forefront of the economic integration.
Finally, let me underscore the central role of civil society. The Commission openness to work with the national human rights institution and grassroots organizations is vital. Civil society strengthens transparency, accountability, and the voice of people. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Union and the African Union partnership is built on shared values, mutual respect, and a vision of a fairer and more just world. We renewed this partnership in our summit in 2022, and we adopted the Vision 2030. We will do it again this year, as I mentioned, in a summit before the end of the year. We need to renew it, reaffirming our joint commitment to human rights, democracy, and multilateralism with the reformed United Nations at the core. On behalf of the European Union, I thank you for the honor of participation in this opening session, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your message of partnership and reiterated commitment to shared values. Thank you. Representing His Excellency, Mr. Volker Turk, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, I now have the honor to invite Mr. Marcelo Cuevo, Regional Representative of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in East Africa and to the African Union to deliver his statement. He's also joining us online. Mr. Cuevo, kindly proceed with your statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Allow me to stand by the established protocol and acknowledge the Honorable Chairperson of the Commission, distinguished commissioners, esteemed representative and member states, and then all the colleagues and delegates there. I extend warm greetings on behalf of Mr. Volker Turk, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights that I represent here. As you know, it is always an honor for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to contribute to this esteemed forum, which brings together human rights experts who are committed to human rights, advancing human rights on the continent. Honorable Chairperson, we gather today, even if I'm speaking to you virtually, we gather today at a momentum time in our history, a time when multilateralism is under enormous attack, and with a concrete risk to the loss of gains made through decades of international human rights cooperation. It is at a moment like this that we should remain steadfast and resolute to the cause of our human rights by resisting the erosion of years of investment in the human rights movement and an institutional international architecture. It is, among many others, institutions like yours, like the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, that should lead the charge in resisting attacks against multilateral cooperation that has bequeathed us the various international and regional instruments, human rights instruments that have brought justice and then ensure human rights for everyone, everywhere on this continent. Honorable Chairperson, the African Union's 2025 theme of the year, Justice for African and People and African Descent through Reparation, reminds us of the critical importance of reparative justice in addressing the long-lasting effect of enslavement, colonialism, and exploitation. Protecting cultural heritage and advancing reparation are essential for fostering healing, accountability, and creating a more just and prosperous future for Africans and people of African descent globally. And then I might say that this aligns also with the second international decade for people of African descent, 2534, proclaimed by the UN General Assembly under the theme People of African Descent, Recognition, Justice, and Development. This new decade provides an opportunity to confront historical injustice and promote the full enjoyment of human rights for people of African descent. My office, ACHPR, is coordinating that initiative. Distinguished colleagues, reparations are cornerstone of ACHPR transitional justice initiatives. And then as I speak, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination is working on the new general recommendation on reparation. They have made and held some conversation of general discussion on reparation for injustice from transatlantic trade and then enslaved African, their treatment as chattel, and the ongoing harms and then crime against the people of African descent. This year also is the 60th anniversary of the convention, and then all of you are invited to join the campaign. As you know, accountability for past injustice is central to achieving comprehensive reparation. The African Court on Human and People Rights and national courts should play their role in ensuring justice is accessible at all levels. National human rights institutions and then civil society organizations are equally vital in raising awareness, documenting violations, advocating for accountability, and providing legal and then technical assistance. Inclusive and collaborative efforts ensure that reparative justice address vulnerability of women, children, the elderly, persons with disability, migrant, and other disadvantaged groups. And it is in that context that on behalf of my office, I would want, and as some colleagues have referred to this before me, I would wish to applaud the leadership of some African Union member states, such as the Republic of Benin, which has secured through negotiation with France the return of 26 royal artifacts looted during the colonial time. Ethiopia also secured the return of the Aksum obelisk in 2005 from Italy, and many others are also follow suit. The formal restitutions of these culturally significant artifacts in November 2021 marked a major milestone in Africa's broader pursuit of historical justice and cultural restitution. This development, through gradual, even though they are very, very sequential and then gradual, inspire ongoing restitution processes across Africa and the global South. While the sensitivity of this issue remains, it is encouraging to see a number of European nations and many others taking tangible steps toward the return of African cultural properties and fostering reparative dialogue. However, it is essential to remember that true reparation goes beyond restitution, representing a broader framework of accountability and reconciliation. Measures taken to address the past should seek to transform the future of our societies. Reparative justice is crucial to dismantle systemic racism today and to build a stronger, more resilient future of dignity, equality, and a non-discrimination for all. Structures and systems at national, regional, and then international level, which were designed and shaped by enslavement, colonialism, and successive racially discriminatory policies and systems, must be transformed or completely disappear. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished friends and colleagues, participants, I would want to end this take by reaffirming OACHR unwavering commitment to continue supporting the African Union initiative through partnership that promotes justice, accountability, and reconciliation for all. Together, let us seize this moment to champion justice, restore dignity, and then leave a legacy of accountability for future generations. I thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Akovo, for your message of shared responsibility and partnership for the protection and promotion of human rights on the continent, and for your highlight of the human rights significance of the African Union theme of the year. Next, I am pleased to welcome to the podium Chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and Chairperson of the African Governance Architecture Platform, the African Union, to give his statement. Excellency, please take the floor to make your statement. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, bom dia a todos, good morning everyone. Excelência, Senhor Ismael Cissé, Ministro da Informação e representante do Governo da Gâmbia. Excelência, Senhor Fatala Slimans, Embaixador, representante do Presidente da Comissão Executiva da União Africana. Excelência, meu distinto irmão, Honorável Remy Lumbu, Presidente da Comissão Africana. Can we continue? Okay. Excelência, Lady Justice Imani Aboud, Presidente do Tribunal Africano dos Direitos Humanos dos Povos. Honorável Chefe Fortune Chambeira, Presidente do Parlamento Pan-Africano. Excelências, representantes dos Estados-membros, distintos comissários da Comissão Africana do Comitê dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, Excelência Imaculada Cortes, Embaixadora da União Europeia na Gâmbia, Excelentíssimo Senhor Marcel Akovo, Diretor Regional das Nações do Alto Comissário das Nações Unidas para a África Central e a União Africana, distintos convidados, representantes dos Estados-membros, das organizações da sociedade civil, das instituições nacionais de direitos humanos, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, todos os protocolos observados. É uma honra para mim fazer este discurso na minha qualidade de Presidente do Comitê dos Direitos e Bem-Estar da Criança e também Presidente da Arquitetura de Governo. A República da Gâmbia, por nos acolher de um modo tão africano e oferecer a todos os participantes deste importante evento a melhor acomodação dentro dos espíritos e raízes africanas. Gostaria também de agradecer à Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos por realizar a 83ª sessão ordinária. O contributo da Comissão para a promoção dos direitos humanos em África tem sido inspirador e que produz verdadeira diferença na vida das pessoas. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o Comitê tem o orgulho de trabalhar numa relação de grande proximidade com a Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos. Okay.
Okay, do we have alguma coisa? Can we proceed?
Okay.
There was a technicality with the
O Comitê tem orgulho de trabalhar com a Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos dos Povos em um conjunto de iniciativas que produzem resultados concretos para a promoção dos direitos humanos em África. Gostaríamos de destacar, dentre estas iniciativas, a produção de comentários conjuntos, bem como também declarações conjuntas ou cartas de urgências quando estão relacionados a eventuais violações de direitos humanos, incluindo de crianças. No mesmo sentido, estes dois órgãos têm estado a trabalhar para a clarificação de normas importantes no capítulo da proteção dos direitos humanos. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, como um dos órgãos de direitos humanos da União Africana, o Comitê permanece e mantém o seu compromisso em promover e proteger direitos das crianças em África. A Carta Africana dos Direitos e Bem-Estar da Criança permanece o único instrumento que guia a promoção e proteção das crianças africanas numa visão mais abrangente. Devemos dar nota que o continente africano até 2050 terá aproximadamente 900 milhões de crianças e há necessidade dos Estados-membros promoverem este engajamento para assegurar um continente que todas as crianças merecem e desejam. É neste sentido que a implementação da Carta torna-se um instrumento fundamental para nos assegurar o futuro do nosso continente. Presentemente, nós temos 51 Estados africanos que são membros da Carta Africana dos Direitos e Bem-Estar da Criança, permanecendo 4 por ratificar. Todavia, apesar de reconhecermos os progressos que foram alcançados por parte dos Estados, continuamos a ter muitos desafios prementes no nosso continente. Continuamos a enfrentar desafios relacionados com a erradicação da pobreza multidimensional, a eliminação das práticas tradicionais costumeiras prejudiciais, como a mutilação genital feminina, o casamento infantil e outras práticas que o Comitê e a Comissão têm estado a trabalhar com os Estados-membros para a sua erradicação, bem como também assistimos com grande preocupação um ressurgimento de conflitos, armados no nosso continente, que têm como principais vítimas as crianças africanas, que acabam por ser as vítimas de um conflito de que elas não escolheram. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a nível da implementação dos direitos consagrados na Carta, continuamos também a enfrentar muitos desafios relacionados com a submissão dos Estados-partes do relatório periódico sobre a aplicação dos direitos da criança nos seus Estados, sendo que fazemos o apelo nesta importante reunião para que os Estados-partes da Carta cumpram uma das suas obrigações principais, que é a submissão dos relatórios do Estado-parte. No mesmo sentido, continuamos a enfrentar desafios relacionados com as missões de investigação e outros mecanismos de controle dos direitos da criança que a Carta atribui ao Comitê. De nossa parte, aceitamos estes desafios, mas estamos disponíveis para continuar a colaborar com os Estados-partes e os outros órgãos da União Africana com o propósito de promovermos uma África que todas as crianças merecem. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, este ano, para os direitos da criança, o Comitê escolheu como tema um orçamento amigo da criança. A maior parte dos Estados africanos continua a enfrentar desafios relacionados à alocação de recursos suficientes para assegurar que os direitos da criança sejam consagrados. Sem a alocação necessária de recursos, nós não temos uma proteção efetiva das crianças africanas. E não existindo uma proteção efetiva das nossas crianças, consequentemente, também estamos a criar desafios futuros para aqueles que hoje são crianças e amanhã serão os adultos e aqueles que irão dirigir o nosso continente. Logo, no âmbito daquilo que é a celebração do Dia da Criança Africana, a 16 de junho do corrente, aproveitamos esta oportunidade para fazer o apelo para que os Estados africanos cumpram os seus compromissos internacionais, entre os quais alocar uma verba e recursos necessários para a concretização dos direitos da criança no nosso continente. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, gostaria, para concluir, referenciar que a União Africana tem como tema do ano a justiça para os africanos e afrodescendentes por meio da reparação, que tem como propósito mitigar as injustiças históricas que afetaram o nosso continente. Gostaríamos, nesse sentido, de apelar que este processo houvesse também um envolvimento das crianças e que este processo de reconstrução da nossa história e de reparação tivesse, acima de tudo, um papel educativo, pedagógico, com o propósito de formarmos verdadeiros africanos, crianças que se orgulhem da história do nosso continente, crianças que conhecem o que aconteceu, mas, acima de tudo, tenham a capacidade, em todos os Estados africanos, de não olhar apenas o desafio como um sofrimento, mas, acima de tudo, como uma inspiração capaz de tornar a África no continente que todos nós desejamos. Gostaríamos, neste sentido, de também informar que este ano nós completamos o 35º aniversário da adoção e entrada em vigor da Carta Africana dos Direitos e Bem-Estar da Criança. E é nesse sentido, convidamos a todos os Estados-partes, órgãos da União Africana e partes interessadas para se juntarem a nós com o propósito de trabalharmos para um futuro melhor das crianças africanas. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, para concluir, gostaria de deixar um apelo. Um apelo no sentido de que nós em África consagramos muitos direitos. Nós em África temos boas normas. Nós não temos problema de ausência de legislação em África. Até porque, em último caso, o nosso direito tradicional, o nosso direito costumeiro, acaba por mitigar e corrigir aquilo que é a insuficiência legislativa interna ou internacional. O direito em África é baseado nos bons valores tradicionais africanos, onde a partilha do bom comum, a solidariedade, a prosperidade comunitária são elementos que nos guiam a nossa ação enquanto africanos. Todavia, temos que reconhecer que continua a existir um grande desafio na implementação destes direitos que os Estados livremente adotam na sua ordem jurídica. Não basta que os direitos sejam consagrados. É importante, acima de tudo, que os direitos sejam aplicados. Senhores, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, lembremos-nos que o futuro do nosso continente depende de como nós tratamos as crianças hoje. Há um provérbio da tradição africana que diz: um país, uma sociedade, uma comunidade só se desenvolve quando os mais velhos plantam árvores, mesmo sabendo que nunca irão sentar à sua sombra. Sejamos nós aqueles que, apesar de reconhecermos que não será possível implementar completamente os direitos consagrados nos vários instrumentos, mas sejamos estes que diariamente plantam árvores para que a presente e futura geração tenham o continente que todos nós os africanos sonhamos e desejamos, um continente adequado para todas as crianças africanas. Muito obrigado, Excelências.
Obrigada, Excellency. Thank you very much for your statement, highlighting among others the collaborations between the African Commission and the committee on shared purpose of promoting and protecting the rights of our peoples, including the children of Africa, and for your clarion call on how we strengthen the protection of the African children who are tomorrow's leaders of the continent. I now wish to invite the President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Justice Imani Aboud, joining us online to deliver her statement. Honorable President, please proceed to deliver your statement. Thank you.
Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre, Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la Commission, Madame la Vice-Présidente, Monsieur le membre de la Commission, Honorable Juge de Cour régionale internationale, distingués invités, c'est pour moi un immense honneur et un privilège de m'adresser à cette auguste assemblée au nom de la Présidente de la Cour africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, Madame Imani Dawda Aboud. Je me nomme Modibo Sako, je suis le vice-président de la Cour. À l'occasion de la cérémonie de cette 83e ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, les honorables juges du personnel de la Cour se joint à moi pour féliciter la Commission pour la tenue de cette session et pour le travail inlassable accompli dans le cadre de la promotion et de la protection des droits humains sur le continent. Cette session s'ouvre à un moment où le continent africain continue de faire face à des défis persistants en matière de droits de l'homme, mais aussi à une nouvelle dynamique qui requiert une vigilance et une action accrue. Dans ce contexte, le rôle de la Commission en tant qu'organe de promotion et de protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples en Afrique est plus que jamais indispensable. La Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, texte fondamental qui guide notre action commune et conjointe, confie à la Commission des missions essentielles de promotion et de protection. La mission de promotion, moins visible mais vitale, permet de sensibiliser, d'éduquer et de diffuser les principes des droits de l'homme à travers le continent. Elle contribue à former une culture de respect des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales, pierre angulaire des sociétés stables. Ainsi, par ses activités de recherche, ses résolutions thématiques, l'organisation des séminaires et conférences, la Commission joue un rôle actif dans l'ancrage de normes applicables dans les ordres juridiques et pratiques des États partis. La mission de promotion, quant à elle, est au cœur de l'action de la Commission lorsqu'il s'agit, entre autres mécanismes, d'examiner les communications relatives aux violations des droits de l'homme. À travers l'analyse minutieuse des plaintes individuelles et collectives, la Commission met en lumière les atteintes aux droits et formule des recommandations cruciales aux États pour redresser les torts et prévenir les futures violations. Ce mécanisme quasi juridictionnel est un recours essentiel pour les victimes de violations des droits de l'homme en Afrique qui n'ont pas accès à la protection. Distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, l'efficacité de ces missions de protection et de promotion est considérablement renforcée par les mécanismes spécifiques. Ces mécanismes couvrant des thématiques variées et cruciaux, telles que les droits des femmes, les conditions de détention ou encore la liberté d'expression, permettent à la Commission d'approfondir son expertise, de mener des enquêtes et d'engager un dialogue constructif avec les États partis et les autres acteurs. Il constitue, si vous me le permettez l'expression, les yeux et les oreilles de la Commission sur des questions spécifiques et contribue de manière significative à l'identification des tendances, à la formulation des recommandations ciblées et à la mise en œuvre efficace. Dans cet esprit de renforcement de collaboration, nous nous réjouissons particulièrement de la tenue du deuxième forum des mécanismes spéciaux au cours de cette session. Ce forum offre une forme unique pour un échange d'expériences et de bonnes pratiques entre ces différents mécanismes. Le partage des défis rencontrés et des succès remportés par ces mécanismes thématiques, dont la pertinence est indubitable, souligne l'interconnexion fondamentale entre les droits de l'homme et le développement. Il fait écho au contenu de l'article 22 de la Charte qui consacre le droit au développement et son corollaire, l'obligation des États d'en assurer l'exercice. Tous les peuples ont droit à leur développement économique, socio et culturel, dans le respect strict de la liberté et leur identité, et à la jouissance du monde commun de l'humanité. Les États ont le devoir, carrément ou en coopération, d'assurer l'exercice du développement. Un développement véritable, un développement véritablement durable et exclusif pour notre Afrique unie. Ce forum offrira l'opportunité de réaffirmer ces liens sociaux et d'explorer les synergies entre les actions des droits de l'homme et les efforts de développement sur le continent. Distingués invités, pour une protection efficace des droits de l'homme, la complémentarité entre la Commission des droits de l'homme et la Cour africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples est un pilier fondamental. Cette complémentarité n'est pas une simple opposition, mais une synergie essentielle visant à offrir aux États africains les voies de recours les plus efficaces et à assurer le plein respect des obligations des États partis au titre de la charte des autres instruments pertinents. Si les observateurs africains des droits de l'homme ont pu avoir l'impression d'une certaine stagnation ces dernières années, il n'y a aucun doute que la Commission et la Cour ont gardé la pleine conscience d'une mise en œuvre efficace de la complémentarité qui passe inévitablement par une coopération renforcée et soutenue. Je puis vous assurer de l'engagement constant à jouer pleinement sa partition dans ce qui devrait être appelé la nouvelle ère de complémentarité entre la Commission et la Cour. J'en veux pour preuve les multiples interactions tant au niveau institutionnel que juridictionnel intervenues ces 3 dernières années, notamment la retraite entre les fonctionnaires du greffe de la Cour, le secrétariat de la Commission et entre les membres des 2 bureaux, ainsi que l'adoption de la feuille de route d'Addis Abeba. Il faut noter la participation coordonnée et conjointe aux rencontres continentales nationales, la saisine de la Commission par la Cour et la tenue prochaine au mois de juin d'une retraite entre les 2 institutions qui ouvrira sans nul doute la voie à l'adoption d'instruments techniques d'accélération de la complémentarité juridictionnelle. Eu égard à cette coopération, je tiens à souligner le leadership notable du président de la Commission en la personne de Rémi Ngoï et de la présidente de la Cour, Dawda, qui ont déployé des efforts diplomatiques impressionnants en vue de restaurer l'esprit de la complémentarité prescrit par l'article 2 du protocole. Il est pertinent et il est de notre devoir historique de rester engagé à explorer toutes les pistes pour la renforcer davantage. Il est de notre responsabilité collective de veiller à renforcer l'efficacité du système africain de protection des droits de l'homme pour répondre aux attentes des populations africaines. Mesdames et messieurs distingués invités, honorables commissaires, au nom de la Cour africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, je vous souhaite plein succès. La Cour est convaincue que vos délibérations seront fructueuses et contribueront de manière significative au renforcement du système africain de protection des droits de l'homme et subséquemment à l'amélioration de la jouissance effective des droits et des libertés de tous les Africains et par tous les Africains. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice Sako Modibo, Vice President of the African Courts on Human and People's Rights, for your statement highlighting, among others, the collaborations between the Commission and the courts within the framework of the relationship of complementarity between the two. I am now pleased to invite Her Excellency Lucia dos Passos, Third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, to deliver the statement of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Chairperson. Honorable dos Passos is also online. Please proceed to make your statement. Thank you. IT, please assist.
Muito bom dia a todos e a todas. Muito obrigada, senhora moderadora. Sua Excelência, senhor Ministro, Sua Excelência Rémi Lumbu, Presidente da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, Excelências, Presidentes dos órgãos e agências da União Africana, digníssimos comissários, caros colegas, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. É com enorme honra e sentido de responsabilidade que me dirijo hoje a vós de forma virtual, na abertura oficial da 83ª Sessão Ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. O tema desta sessão, os direitos humanos como um imperativo para o desenvolvimento sustentável centrado nos povos em África, relaciona-se profundamente com o mandato e as aspirações do Parlamento Pan-Africano. O número 2 do artigo 3º do Protocolo do Parlamento Pan-Africano, em conjugação com a linha B do número 1 do artigo 4º do Regimento do Parlamento Pan-Africano, obriga o Parlamento Pan-Africano a promover os direitos humanos e dos povos, consolidar as instituições democráticas e a cultura democrática, a boa governação, a transparência e o Estado de Direito em todos os órgãos da União Africana, nas comunidades econômicas regionais e nos Estados-membros. Excelência, na qualidade de vice-presidente do Parlamento Pan-Africano e em representação do presidente, estou aqui para reafirmar a nossa convicção de que os direitos humanos dos povos africanos não são opcionais. São a base sobre a qual deve assentar o desenvolvimento sustentável do nosso continente. Este princípio sublinha a necessidade da África integrar os direitos humanos nos nossos quadros de desenvolvimento e de garantir que o progresso seja inclusivo, equitativo e justo. Os parlamentares, em geral, e os membros do Parlamento Pan-Africano, em particular, são os representantes eleitos pelo povo a nível nacional. Como tal, eles não são os promotores naturais, peço desculpa, eles são os promotores naturais e a primeira linha de defesa da causa dos direitos humanos, dos seus vários constituintes, porque vivem com o povo e vivenciam quaisquer infrações que o povo sofre juntamente com eles. Conseguinte, o PAP é o primeiro a reconhecer que sem a proteção e a promoção dos direitos, os esforços de desenvolvimento em África são vazios, infrutíferos e insustentáveis. Acreditamos que a implementação pelo continente da Agenda 2063 deve ser sustentada por uma forte cultura de direitos humanos que não deixe ninguém para trás. Isto obriga o Parlamento Pan-Africano e a Comissão de Banjul a trabalharem ainda mais estreitamente na defesa dos direitos humanos dos nossos cidadãos e, em particular, dos que se encontram em situações de conflito. Excelências, senhoras e senhores, o tema central deste encontro são os direitos humanos e o desenvolvimento sustentável. O tema em si reconhece que não podemos olhar para os direitos humanos de forma isolada, uma vez que estes são fundamentais para o desenvolvimento sustentável. A este respeito, a África enfrenta uma multiplicidade de desafios fundamentais que têm impacto no desenvolvimento sustentável e, por extensão, dos seus direitos humanos, entre eles. O nosso povo continua a enfrentar a ameaça iminente da insegurança alimentar e da subnutrição. O recrudescimento de conflitos e de mudanças inconstitucionais de governo. A ameaça crescente do terrorismo e do extremismo violento. A crescente crise dos refugiados, o deslocamento forçado dos nossos cidadãos e a apatia resultante dos conflitos. A insegurança energética, que se traduziu numa subida vertiginosa dos preços dos combustíveis e na instabilidade econômica. As réplicas da pandemia da Covid-19, que agravaram a pobreza, o desemprego e a agitação juvenil. Os fluxos financeiros ilícitos que privam o continente dos seus tão grandes e necessários recursos financeiros. O duplo flagelo da toxicodependência e do tráfico de seres humanos, que está a dizimar o dividendo demográfico que deveríamos obter da juventude. Se não resolvermos estes desafios, não resolvermos os problemas dos direitos humanos e desenvolvimento que afeta a África. Excelências, concordarão comigo que se registrou uma escalada sem precedentes dos conflitos no continente ao longo destes anos. Apesar do compromisso declarado da União Africana de silenciar das armas até 2030, o aumento de golpes de Estado e dos golpes dentro dos Estados da África Ocidental, bem como a escalada dos conflitos no Sudão e na República Democrática do Congo, apontam para o fracasso de todas as medidas de intervenção tentadas até a data, tanto pela União Africana como por outras partes interessadas. O conflito no leste da RDC levou a que mais de 1 milhão de pessoas procurassem refúgio no estrangeiro e mais de 21 milhões a necessitarem urgente de assistência humanitária. Do mesmo modo, no Sudão, mais de 15 mil pessoas foram mortas e 8,2 milhões foram deslocadas, desencadeando a pior crise de refugiados da atualidade no mundo. As situações de conflito comprometem a proteção e a defesa dos direitos humanos, especialmente das mulheres e das crianças. Deste modo, a este respeito, a Comissão de Banjul deve colaborar com um vasto leque de instituições que lidam com a paz e a segurança, entre outros desafios, incluindo o Parlamento Pan-Africano, se quisermos fazer progressos significativos na promoção da observância dos direitos humanos no continente. É apropriado, nesta ocasião, destacar que o Parlamento Pan-Africano, no ano passado, adotou um novo plano estratégico 2024-2028, que coloca uma forte ênfase no papel do PAP em amplificar as vozes dos cidadãos africanos nos esforços continentais. Para este fim, o PAP pretende aprofundar as suas parcerias estratégicas e programáticas com outras instituições africanas de direitos humanos, tais como esta muito estimada Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, o Tribunal Africano dos Direitos Humanos do Homem e dos Povos e o Comitê Africano de Peritos sobre os Direitos e Bem-Estar de Criança, bem como os organismos nacionais de direitos humanos. Estas parcerias refletem o compromisso do Parlamento em reforçar a promoção e a proteção dos direitos humanos em todo o continente e constituem uma poderosa rampa de lançamento para que a União Africana alcance as suas aspirações orientadas para os cidadãos. Senhores comissários, enquanto braço legislativo da União Africana, o Parlamento Pan-Africano desempenha um papel fundamental na definição de políticas que afetam a vida dos africanos. Estamos empenhados em garantir que as considerações sobre os direitos humanos estejam na vanguarda da nossa agenda legislativa. Na arquitetura do Parlamento Pan-Africano, a Comissão Permanente de Justiça e os Direitos Humanos irá colaborar estreitamente com os mecanismos especiais da Comissão Africana, a fim de responder, entre outras coisas, às injustiças históricas e promover a responsabilização no âmbito do tema do ano 2025 da União Africana. Neste sentido, o Parlamento atribui grande importância estratégica ao envolvimento da diáspora africana nos principais debates políticos em África e a disponibilização da plataforma do Parlamento Pan-Africano para este fim. A inclusão da diáspora como a sexta região da África é certamente um passo significativo para a construção de um continente mais inclusivo e unido e deve constituir, aliás, uma parte central dos debates sobre direitos humanos em todos os fóruns. Excelências, distintos convidados. No momento em que a Comissão Africana inicia as deliberações desta sessão, deixemo-nos guiar pelos princípios da Carta Africana e pelas aspirações da Agenda 2063. Reafirmemos o nosso compromisso para com os direitos humanos como a base do desenvolvimento sustentável. Trabalhemos em conjunto para criar uma África onde cada indivíduo goze de todo o espectro dos direitos humanos e onde o desenvolvimento seja verdadeiramente centrado nas pessoas. Excelentíssimo Senhor Presidente Lumbo e estimados comissários, para concluir, gostaria de endereçar o total apoio do Parlamento Pan-Africano à vossa prestigiada comissão, para que sirva de vetor de promoção da ratificação e transposição para o direito interno dos tratados de direitos humanos e da supervisão da implementação das vossas recomendações aos Estados-membros e desejar-vos deliberações e resultados frutuosos. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your statement of solidarity in our common resolve as AU human rights and governance mechanisms to advance the situation of human rights on the continent. At this juncture, Excellencies, distinguished participants, we will have a short interlude. We will have a performance by a cultural troupe from the Gambia to share with us part of the rich culture of this beautiful country for 5 minutes. Protocol, kindly assist.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
A big
A
thank
big
you
thank you to the cultural troupe for the beautiful performance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After this beautiful interlude, I have the distinct honor to now invite Her Excellency Antonia Simao da Cruz Yaba, Secretary of State for Human Rights and Citizenship of the Republic of Angola, to deliver a statement on behalf of state parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Your Excellency, you may take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excelência, Ministro da Informação da República da Gâmbia, digníssimo Presidente da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, honoráveis comissários, ex-nos representantes dos Estados, ilustres representantes das instituições nacionais de direitos humanos e das organizações da sociedade civil, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, distintos convidados, todo o protocolo observado. É para nós uma honra participar nesta 83ª sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos e representa para mim uma enorme responsabilidade pronunciar-me em nome de todos os Estados parte desta Comissão. Excelências, numa época em que, infelizmente, ainda se assistem conflitos em alguns países e regiões do nosso continente, se afigura essencial abordar aspectos ligados aos danos causados não só pelos conflitos, mas também pelos largos anos de exploração e saque que o nosso continente sofre e sofreu. Por esta razão, mais do que certeira, a abordagem que se pretende com o tema da União Africana para este ano é necessária e inequívoca. Como consequência dos conflitos ocorridos no nosso continente, se perderam vidas e estruturas sociais, privando os cidadãos de uma série de direitos, se abalaram economias, o pilar para o desenvolvimento, se desestruturaram e desintegraram famílias, a base para sociedades coesas e fortes, e se causou um impacto profundo na nossa cultura, impondo novos costumes e alterando negativamente o nosso normal curso da nossa história. Honorável Presidente, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, neste ano, a República de Angola comemora os seus 50 anos de independência e libertação do colonialismo, que foi uma luta pelos e para os direitos dos angolanos. Como é do conhecimento desta comissão, Angola, através de Sua Excelência, Presidente da República, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, exerce a presidência temporária da União Africana e, neste sentido, coordena um vasto programa da organização. Recentemente, Sua Excelência, Ministro das Relações Exteriores, Dr. Teto Antônio, esteve em Nova Iorque na qualidade de Presidente Executivo da União Africana para participar de um evento especial dedicado ao parentesco africano entre a sociedade nativa americana, atividade que se insere nas prioridades da agenda da presidência de Angola na União Africana. A primeira Conferência Pan-Africana sobre as Reparações, realizada de 27 a 29 de abril de 1993, em Abuja, Nigéria, resultou na proclamação de Abuja sobre reparações, conhecida como a primeira posição comum tomada pela liderança política africana. O continente africano era o que hoje ficou conhecido como justiça transnacional. Este processo complexo tem por objetivo a promoção da reconciliação, a responsabilização e a reparação das vítimas e visa, de igual modo, garantir a não repetição dos abusos e atropelos do passado, que se circunscrevem em invasão, dominação e exploração. Excelências, as reparações devem servir para alavancar os setores-chave, como saúde e educação, proporcionando o bem-estar e o conhecimento, impulsionando o desenvolvimento, sem esquecer a cultura, pela recuperação do patrimônio histórico africano, acervo cultural espalhado pelos diferentes continentes. A recuperação do patrimônio africano nos devolverá a memória coletiva, contribuindo para a preservação e maior valorização da nossa rica diversidade cultural. Apesar de 30% das reservas minerais existentes no mundo, fosfato, urânio, ouro, diamante, cobre, bauxita, cobalto, prata, zinco, ferro, dentre outros, encontrarem-se em África e 65% das terras aráveis adequadas para o cultivo também serem solo africano, o continente africano é ainda considerado economicamente pobre pela forma como os nossos recursos são explorados, sendo que o superior interesse visado beneficia a terceiros estados. A nossa riqueza não pode e nem deve continuar a remeter-nos em contrapartida à pobreza econômica. E é isso que se pretende resgatar, a riqueza da África para o desenvolvimento e benefício dos africanos. Precisamos continuar a dialogar internamente, alinhar perspectivas e definir posições comuns. Falar em uma única voz nos grandes foros mundiais, até que a nossa voz seja audível e perceptível ao ponto de ser lembrada, como a voz do continente berço da humanidade e, como tal, quer de volta a dignidade e o respeito que lhe é devido. Honorável Presidente, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, antes de terminar, quero mais uma vez agradecer a oportunidade de pronunciar-me em nome dos demais Estados e agradecer pelo acolhimento e reiterar o compromisso e engajamento da República de Angola com o programa da União Africana, plenamente alinhado ao lema escolhido para este ano: justiça para os afrodescendentes e as pessoas de ascendência africana através das reparações. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your highly insightful and eloquent statement on behalf of states parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. With over 140 state delegates participating in this session in person, we remain ever grateful for the commitment of member states to continue to engage with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. It is now my privilege and honor to invite the Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Ndongungu, to deliver a statement.
Merci beaucoup.
Excellences, Monsieur le ministre Ismaïla Cissé, représentant du gouvernement de Gambie, Excellence Madame Antonia Simao da Cruz Iaba, secrétaire d'État en charge des droits humains et de la citoyenneté en République d'Angola, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs ici représentés, je n'oublie pas non plus de citer les collègues qui dirigent les différentes institutions au sein de l'Union africaine, Chief Fortune Charumbira, les collègues en leur titre et qualité respectifs, Chief Fortune Charumbira, honorable juge Modibo Sako, qui a présenté le discours au nom de Madame la juge Imani Aboud, Monsieur Wilson de Almeida Dao, qui est présent dans la salle. Je n'oublie pas non plus les institutions partenaires, Monsieur Marcel Apovo, qui représente le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme, l'ambassadeur de l'Union européenne en Gambie, son Excellence Madame Immaculada Rosa y Cortés. Je mentionne également le représentant des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme, M. Joseph Whittal, et je n'oublie pas Mme Anna Foster, qui représente les organisations de la société civile. J'ai oublié de mentionner M. l'ambassadeur Sigil Massi, qui est le directeur général au sein de notre institution de l'Union africaine. Je n'oublie pas non plus de rendre un hommage mérité à tous mes collègues, honorables commissaires, qui sont présents dans la salle et ceux qui nous suivent à partir de chez eux, vu qu'il s'agit d'une session en format hybride. L'Afrique est malade. Le mal dont elle souffre a un nom. Le non-respect des droits de l'homme et des peuples par les gouvernements d'ici et d'ailleurs. Elle est tellement malade que si nous ne la mettons pas en soins intensifs, son pronostic vital va être engagé. Nous sommes ici dans cette salle réunis principalement pour cette question-là. C'est avec une profonde gratitude et un grand honneur que je m'adresse à cette auguste assemblée aujourd'hui au nom de mes collègues membres de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et en mon nom propre à l'occasion de l'ouverture de la 83e session ordinaire que nous allons tenir du 2 au 22 mai 2025 à Banjul, capitale de la République de Gambie, ce qui m'offre une occasion d'exprimer une profonde reconnaissance à son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, Adama Barrow, ainsi qu'à son gouvernement pour leur hospitalité depuis toutes ces années, hospitalité constante à l'endroit des membres de la commission et de son personnel ici à Banjul, et pour leur soutien logistique indéfectible pour une organisation toujours réussie de nos sessions ordinaires. À l'occasion de cette 83e session ordinaire, notre institution s'est réunie une fois de plus, guidée par la même aspiration à la dignité, à la justice et à la paix. Par ma modeste voix, la Commission adresse ses salutations empreintes de respect et de gratitude à l'ensemble des dignitaires ici présents, aux invités de marque ainsi qu'à tous les acteurs engagés dans la promotion et la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples sur notre continent. La Commission voudrait également souhaiter une chaleureuse bienvenue à toutes les personnalités qui se sont virtuellement jointes à nous et vous remercier pour votre présence à ce grand rassemblement. Votre participation régulière de votre attachement au service de notre continent et votre volonté de contribuer à l'amélioration de la situation des droits de l'homme
et au bien-être des populations africaines. Excellences, Monsieur le ministre, distingués invités, chers participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, comme nous le soulignons souvent, la promotion et la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples reste un idéal à atteindre, exigeant de nous tous vigilance, engagement et coopération. Cette 83e session ordinaire offre aux différentes parties prenantes une bonne occasion de dresser un état des lieux critique, honnête et collectif de la situation des droits de l'homme sur notre continent. Les représentants du comité de pilotage du Forum des ONG et du réseau des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme ont déjà présenté un premier diagnostic. Nous poursuivrons et approfondirons cette démarche tout au long des prochains jours en nous engageant de manière approfondie, responsable et collective sur les progrès réalisés lors de l'intercession, tout en identifiant les obstacles et les défis sans complaisance qui entravent la pleine réalisation des droits de l'homme garantis par la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et d'autres instruments pertinents des droits de l'homme ratifiés par nos États. Je voudrais à ce stade partager avec vous quelques domaines de préoccupation d'une part et de développement positif constatés depuis la 81e session ordinaire d'autre part. S'agissant des domaines de préoccupation, la Commission reste extrêmement inquiète par la dégradation continue de la situation sécuritaire en Afrique, notamment la persistance des attaques terroristes dans la région du Sahel, particulièrement au Mali, Burkina Faso et au Niger. Elle est également préoccupée par l'intensification des conflits armés persistants à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, le groupe AFC M23 RDF et les forces armées gouvernementales de ce pays, conflits qui ont été condamnés par la résolution 627 adoptée au cours de la 82e session de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Il est maintenant plus que temps d'arrêter ces massacres qui ont duré pendant 30 ans et de sécuriser durablement la région des Grands Lacs pour que notre génocide ne puisse y avoir lieu. La Commission est aussi préoccupée par la guerre civile au Soudan, qui a plongé le pays dans une crise humanitaire sans précédent. Ce conflit fait actuellement l'objet d'une enquête très sérieuse de la Commission africaine pour essayer d'établir des responsabilités. Ici aussi, une pacification durable est nécessaire pour éviter un autre génocide juste à quelques kilomètres du conflit que j'ai cité précédemment. La Commission demeure inquiète par le conflit en cours dans la région d'Amara en Éthiopie, et d'autant plus que le conflit du Tigré, pour lequel elle a eu à mener des investigations, avait abouti à un important accord de cessez-le-feu, les accords d'Afrique du Sud que vous connaissez, une justice transitionnelle pour laquelle la Commission n'a plus eu d'écho. Ce pays a également inquiété ces dernières années avec le risque aussi de génocide. Bref, beaucoup de pays en Afrique sont devenus des territoires à risque élevé pour les crimes de guerre, les crimes contre l'humanité et le génocide. La Commission, avec raison, s'en inquiète et n'hésitera pas, en prenant appui sur l'article 58 de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, à attirer l'attention de l'Assemblée générale de l'Union africaine, souvent connue sous le nom de Conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement. La Commission déplore la mort de plus d'une vingtaine de personnes et le déplacement forcé des milliers de populations civiles depuis le début du conflit au Soudan du Sud, notamment le bombardement aérien aveugle signalé dans la région de Nassir et Oulan dans le Haut-Nil et dans la région d'Akobo dans le Jonglei, et s'indigne de l'exécution sommaire extrajudiciaire de plusieurs dizaines d'hommes, pour la plupart issus de la communauté Peul, après leur arrestation par les forces armées, sur un marché qu'on appelle le marché de Sebabougou dans la région de Kayes. La Commission exprime en outre son indignation face au racisme anti-subsaharien qui sévit dans la région du Nord au niveau des pays du Maghreb. Le tragique sort de nombreux migrants, qu'ils soient portés disparus en mer Méditerranée ou au large des côtes africaines, qu'ils périssent sous les routes migratoires ou soient victimes d'expulsions forcées dans des conditions inhumaines par le pays de destination, met en évidence une fois de plus l'urgence pour nos pays d'élaborer des stratégies, de politiques publiques et programmes concertés de développement visant à améliorer le bien-être de leurs citoyens et à prévenir de telles tragédies qui sont dues par des mouvements de population. En ce qui concerne les droits des femmes, la Commission déplore la persistance des violences sexuelles, des discriminations fondées sur le genre, ainsi que la faible représentation des femmes dans les instances de prise de décision. La Commission exprime une vive préoccupation concernant les pays qui n'ont pas encore adopté des lois spécifiques criminalisant les mutilations génitales féminines et rappelle aux États concernés les graves conséquences que cette omission entraîne pour le droit des femmes. Et là, pour l'instant, les autorités compétentes ont instauré des mécanismes de protection robustes pour garantir les droits fondamentaux des femmes. De surcroît, plusieurs défis persistent sur le continent, notamment l'instabilité politique liée au changement anticonstitutionnel du gouvernement, aux conflits internes et aux révisions de constitutions dans un but personnel. Le nombre croissant de coupures d'Internet et la suspension des médias, particulièrement en période électorale, soulignent une tendance inquiétante aux restrictions des libertés fondamentales. Les libertés d'expression, d'association et de réunion continuent d'être restreintes dans certains pays. La commission déplore la fermeture et la suspension des organisations de la société civile, notamment au Cameroun, en Éthiopie et au Mali. Les défenseurs des droits de l'homme et du peuple, les journalistes et d'autres professionnels des médias sont constamment exposés à des attaques et des représailles, qu'elles soient en ligne ou physiques. La Commission souligne également des défis majeurs tels que la pratique persistante de la torture et des mauvais traitements dans les prisons et autres lieux de détention, la surpopulation carcérale, l'insécurité alimentaire, surtout dans les prisons d'ailleurs, la pauvreté, le chômage ainsi que le dysfonctionnement persistant du système judiciaire dans de nombreux pays. La Commission dénonce également la dégradation de l'environnement, l'exploitation et la répartition illégale des ressources naturelles, parfois même leur confiscation par des entités para-étatiques, les privations d'eau et d'électricité, la corruption et son impact sur le développement de nos pays, ainsi que les violations répétées des droits des individus en raison de leur orientation sexuelle, de leur identité de genre, réelle ou perçue. De plus, l'expulsion des communautés autochtones de leurs terres ancestrales constitue une autre forme manifeste de violation des droits de l'homme, documentée à travers des rapports de victimes et des acteurs engagés dans la défense des droits de l'homme. L'objectif visé à travers ce passage en revue est de mettre en lumière ces défis dans toute leur complexité. Il ne s'agit pas de chercher à accuser, mais d'interpeller les États partis, les décideurs politiques, ainsi que toutes les parties prenantes, afin qu'ils adoptent des mesures appropriées pour préserver les droits garantis par la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et les autres instruments pertinents des droits de l'homme. C'est si, et seulement si, cette interpellation est faite de cette manière que voilà, qu'il est possible d'accompagner les États auteurs, victimes de violations des droits de l'homme et des peuples, suivant leur rôle souverain, une fois exprimé. Excellences, Monsieur le ministre, distingués invités, chers participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, malgré les nombreuses préoccupations qui subsistent, des améliorations significatives ont été observées dans le domaine de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples au cours de la période d'intercession. Ces développements positifs témoignent d'une volonté persistante de renforcer les droits de l'homme malgré les défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés. C'est dans ce contexte que la Commission salue l'adoption par l'Union africaine de la Convention de l'Union africaine visant à mettre fin à la violence à l'égard des femmes et des filles, tout en félicitant d'ailleurs la République du Djibouti, qui est le premier pays à l'avoir signé en date du 9 avril 2025. La Commission félicite la République de la Zambie pour son adhésion au deuxième protocole facultatif se rapportant au pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques, abolissant la peine de mort. La Commission félicite également la République du Zimbabwe pour la promulgation de la loi abolissant la peine de mort. J'ai saisi cette occasion pour réitérer ma demande et inviter les États partis à soutenir la Commission africaine en vue de l'adoption par l'Union africaine du protocole à la Charte africaine sur l'abolition de la peine de mort. Le commissaire Idriss Sasso, en charge de cette problématique, continue à faire un plaidoyer dans ce sens auprès de tous les gouvernements qui l'appliquent. La Commission se réjouit de l'élection de son Excellence Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah en tant que première femme présidente de la Namibie en mars dernier, et de la nomination de son Excellence Lucia Witbooi en qualité de vice-présidente du pays. Cette grande représentation féminine, cette grande représentation de femmes aux plus hautes fonctions du pays, complétée par un cabinet composé de 50% de femmes, fait de la Namibie le pionnier de l'Afrique en matière de gouvernance équilibrée entre les hommes et les femmes. Toujours en termes de progrès, la Commission félicite l'État du Gabon qui vient d'organiser des élections réussies. Je félicite l'heureux gagnant et remercie les candidats malheureux à ces présidentielles qui ont fait preuve d'un esprit démocratique en reconnaissant et en acceptant les résultats des urnes. La Commission est heureuse d'ailleurs du retour annoncé de ce pays, jadis suspendu, au sein de la famille de l'Union africaine, et lui demande de permettre que la mission de promotion des droits de l'homme et des peuples déjà autorisée par le régime précédent puisse avoir lieu afin de permettre un accompagnement efficace de la Commission. Je lance cet appel du fond du cœur au président Brice Oligui, que je félicite au nom de tous mes collègues. Excellences, Monsieur le ministre, distingués invités, chers participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Union africaine a déclaré 2025 l'année de réparation sous le thème « Justice pour les Africains et les personnes d'ascendance africaine grâce aux réparations ». Il est essentiel de souligner que la reconnaissance des réparations n'est pas seulement une question de reconnaissance historique, mais un droit fondamental pour ceux qui ont souffert des injustices du passé. Bien que des avancées notables ont été faites dans la reconnaissance des souffrances subies par les peuples africains, l'Afrique reste le continent avec le plus grand nombre de personnes dont les droits ont été bafoués à cause du colonialisme, de l'esclavage et de la discrimination systématique. Des millions de descendants d'Africains continuent à vivre avec les séquelles de ces injustices, tant sur le plan économique, social et culturel. La réparation de ces injustices passées est un levier essentiel pour la réalisation des objectifs de l'agenda 2063 et des objectifs du développement durable. Nous pensons, dans ce contexte également, que c'est un impératif catégorique que de rendre justice aux anciens, à nos ancêtres, exploités sous leur propre terre, parfois déracinés, d'eux et par force de l'Afrique pour aller travailler à l'étranger, Nous pensons également à ces nombreux Africains contemporains, disséminés à travers le monde, dans ce que l'on appelle désormais la 6e région d'Afrique. L'Afrique a été victime d'un véritable ubuntucide, au sens de volonté d'anéantir le Muntu, qui dans plusieurs langues renvoie à l'humain. Il a dépeuplé et ignoré pour longtemps encore les efforts de sa jeunesse, au profit des grandes puissances qui la dominent encore. Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre, à la lumière de ce bilan indicatif, la Commission est convaincue que les discussions, les échanges d'idées, le partage d'expériences et de bonnes pratiques, ainsi que les recommandations formulées dans un esprit de respect, de tolérance et de dialogue constructif joueront un rôle clé pour surmonter, même partiellement, les défis identifiés. Avant de conclure, conformément à la transition de nos sessions tenues durant la période de 100 jours de commémoration du génocide contre les Tutsis au Rwanda, la Commission voudrait se joindre au gouvernement et au peuple rwandais pour commémorer le 31e anniversaire du génocide de 1993 contre les Tutsis au Rwanda et saisir ainsi cette occasion pour rendre un hommage solennel aux victimes et pour réitérer l'expression de sa profonde et sincère solidarité aux survivants. Avant de conclure, permettez-moi que je partage avec vous le message que j'ai prononcé au cours du dialogue de haut niveau au cours de la 58e session ordinaire du Conseil des droits de l'homme à Genève en date du 24 mars 2025. L'Afrique en a marre de tendre sa main pour réclamer le respect des droits de l'homme et le peuple. Il faut que nous cessions avec ce régime honteux de charité des droits de l'homme. Je pense du fond de mon cœur que les droits de l'homme et le peuple sont des droits subjectifs et collectifs. Ce sont des biens, ce sont des éléments appartenant à des patrimoines protégés de chacun d'entre nous. Il ne s'agit pas des offrandes offertes par le gouvernement. Au nom de tous mes collègues, je souhaite plein succès à cette 83e session ordinaire et je vous remercie chaleureusement pour votre attention bienveillante. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Honorable President. Thank you, Chair, for your statements and for your leadership. With utmost honor and immense appreciation, we will at this point listen to the video recorded statement of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency, Mr. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf. IT team, kindly play the video. Thank you.
Your Excellency Dawda Jallow, Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Commissioner Remy Ngoy-Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and Honorable Commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished representatives of the United Nations, European Union, and other international organizations who are present, Excellencies, distinguished representatives of African Union member states, representatives and staff of African Union institutions who are present, representatives of national human rights institutions, civil society, and media organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a deep sense of responsibility and with the purpose that I address you today as Chairperson of the African Union Commission on the occasion of the 83rd ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This session marks a critical point in our shared journey. As the African Union enters a new phase of leadership with the appointment of a new bureau, we do so with full awareness of the needs of the present and the weight of the expectations placed on us. We are committed to responding with focus, consistency, and ambition. The Commission also continues to play a vital role in defining our continent's legal and moral compass. It has stood for decades as the voice of principle, guided not by shifting political needs, but by the enduring standards of the African Charter. Its contribution through jurisprudence, dialogue, and cooperation have shaped the African human rights system into one of the most respected on the global stage. This is not only a time for reflection, it is a moment for alignment. The African Union Commission recognizes the importance of reinforcing the link between the work of the African Union Commission on People's Rights and the broader continental agenda. Our commitment to good governance, rule of law, and human rights is not rhetorical, it is structural. It is embedded in the aspirations of Agenda 2063 and in every framework that aims to bring peace, stability, and dignity for our citizens. As we open this session, I reaffirm the African Union Commission's full support for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights mandate and its independence. At the same time, I call upon all actors, member states, regional bodies, institutions, and civil society to strengthen coordination, share responsibilities, and translate our collective commitment into action. Africa cannot afford fragmentation where coherence is needed, nor delay where urgency is clear. In this context, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights remains a cornerstone of our collective legal and moral framework, and the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights, through its mechanisms, jurisprudence, and country engagements, plays a critical role in translating the Charter's principles into meaningful action. Your Excellencies, to conclude, I wish to commend the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for its unwavering dedication, and to thank all the stakeholders who contribute to the realization of its mission. I encourage the commissioners to approach the deliberations of this session with confidence and clarity of purpose. The African Commission stands beside you as a partner, an advocate, and an institution committed to upholding the ideals upon which this union was founded. I wish a successful and productive 83rd ordinary session. I thank you.
Our
appreciation to His Excellency, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, for his statement to the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, despite his very tight schedule. Finally, and with great honor, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Ismaila Cissé, Honorable Minister of Information of the Republic of the Gambia, to deliver the statement of His Excellency Mr. Dawda Jallow, Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Republic of the Gambia, and to declare the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission officially open. The floor is now yours, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Good morning. I wish to remind this august gathering that I'll be delivering a speech on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Justice, Honorable Dawda A. Jallow, who is unavoidably absent today, and also to take the opportunity to, on behalf of the President, His Excellency Adama Barrow, and the government and the people of the Gambia, to welcome our guests to the Gambia and to wish you a pleasant stay and productive sessions. Your Excellency, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, esteemed commissioners, honorable ministers and secretaries of state, distinguished representatives of member states, honorable members of the diplomatic and consular corps, respected delegates from national and international human rights institutions, esteemed members of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency, President Adama Barrow, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, the government and the people of our nation, It is with great honor that I extend a very warm welcome to all participants of this significant session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Hosting this session in Banjul reaffirms the Gambia's unwavering commitment to promoting and protecting human rights across our continent. We are privileged to provide a platform for critical discussions and decisions to advance the rights and freedom of all African people. This gathering brings together diverse stakeholders, governments, civil society, human rights organizations, national human rights commissions, human rights defenders, and international partners, each playing a vital role in our collective mission for advancing human rights in our continent. Your presence here underscores our shared responsibility in upholding the principles enshrined under the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we mark the 83rd session, it is evident that we are living in a tumultuous world, characterized by international wars and widespread violence across the continent, leading to mass displacement of citizens, as well as the traumatic effects of sexual and gender-based violence against women and children. The situation of the globe today amounts to a threat to international stability. The international rule of law, as well as the collective values that we shared after the Second World War, as enshrined under the UDHR in 1948. Today, the threat to human dignity, life, property, and humanity is manifested all over the globe. We therefore, as a people, need to recommit ourselves to the protection and preservation of the sanctity of life and the dignity of the human person. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights unequivocally proclaims that all men are born free and equal. It is indeed high time we revert our minds back to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and why it was created. As a milestone document, it demands that we resist globalized, transnational, and localized attacks against our rights. We can and we must be bold, encourage visionary leadership, institutions and systems that can protect our planet for future generations, together with our economic, social, and political rights as a whole. While human rights development in Africa has shown significant progress with the establishment of key institutions and agreements, challenges still do remain. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and the African Court on Human and People's Rights have all contributed to a more robust human rights framework. However, the enforcement of these rights and the level of protection vary across the continent, with persistent challenges in areas like democracy, governance, and the rights of marginalized groups, such as migrants, stateless persons, refugees, and internally displaced persons. Most importantly, the African Court on Human and People's Rights has taken positive actions in promoting and protecting human rights in Africa. It has issued landmark rulings on issues like women's rights and the rights of the child, influencing legal and societal norms. The court has also held corporations accountable for human rights violations, expanding the scope of human rights accountability. Furthermore, it has helped to raise awareness about human rights issues and promote a culture of respect for human dignity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fighting corruption and impunity in society and within the state is vital. as in equal vein is the respect for democratic norms and processes. Corruption significantly undermines human rights by creating conditions that allow or exacerbate violations impacting a wide range of rights, particularly those related to social, economic, and political participation. Corruption diverts public resources, undermines institutions, erodes in governance, and severely hampers the realization of economic, social, and cultural rights. Corruption should not be seen only as a financial crime. It is one that affects the very fabric of our society, including women and children, migrants and refugees, as well as marginalized and vulnerable groups in our society. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and we also take this opportunity to complement the initiative behind the African Continental Free Trade, which is one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, and a landmark initiative aimed at creating a single market for goods and services across the African continent. It seeks to promote inter-African trade by eliminating tariffs on most goods, facilitating the movement of capital and people, fostering economic integration, and enhancing competitiveness. Thus, the vision of the AFCFT is to create a single liberalized market for goods and services, facilitated by the movement of persons to deepen the economic integration of the African continent. Coming to the African Union theme for this year, slavery and the slave trade, including the transatlantic slave trade, were appalling tragedies in the history of humanity, not only because of their abhorrent barbarism, but also in terms of their magnitude as crimes against humanity. They are therefore among the major sources and manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance that seriously affect the lives of Africans and the people of African descent. It is therefore fitting and widely recognized that Africans and people of African descent are entitled to reparations. Evidence abounds and precedents of reparations granted for past abuses. It is significant to the present generation of Africans that the issue is brought to remedy historical injustices. The theme, justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations, is of absolute relevance. We must, however, be cautious as the issue is complex and costly. We need to be very comprehensive as well as calculative in terms of what we want, bearing in mind that reparations involve more than just financial compensation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme on reparations is indeed very timely. Reparation, as we know, comes in many forms. And applying reparations at home, the government of the Gambia has initiated its reparations process. We passed the Victims Reparations Act 2023, which establishes a framework for reparations as recommended by the TRRC. Development of the Act involved extensive consultations with civil society organizations to ensure that the reparations process is responsive to the needs and concerns of those who are harmed. Reparations as envisaged under our law include financial compensation, healthcare, education, and psychological support. The intention is to address both material and non-material harms suffered by victims of the 22-year dictatorship of the past regime. For purposes of administration, the Act creates a reparations commission with the mandate to manage and administer the reparations process. This includes receiving and processing claims from victims, determining eligibility for reparations, and overseeing the disbursement of funds and other forms of support. The commission is headed by 7 commissioners and an executive secretary who is responsible for the day-to-day administration and financial management of the commission. The Act in its totality underscores the government's commitment to acknowledging the suffering of victims and survivors in taking concrete steps towards ensuring closure for victims. Civil society organizations and human rights defenders have played a critical role in the Gambia's human rights advancements. Their advocacy and engagement have been vital in promoting transparency, accountability, and citizen participation in governance. While significant progress has been made, the Gambia continues to face challenges in fully realizing human rights for all citizens. Issues such as gender-based violence and the need for comprehensive legal reforms remain areas requiring ongoing attention and action. The government of the Gambia recognizes that the values of human protection, promotion, and fulfillment are essential pillars for the achievement of our much cherished development. We must therefore vigorously guard these values zealously. In the same vein, create the necessary space and environment for human rights defenders to operate. No longer should we sit idly while they continue to be targeted with violence and assassinations as they continue on their duties. We must never relent in pursuing their assailants for justice. To those who oppress them, I say loudly, stop your cowardly acts. And remember, you can never escape justice in this day, in this era. As we commence our deliberations, let us be guided by a spirit of collaboration and a steadfast dedication to justice, equality, and human dignity. May our discussions be fruitful and lead to actionable outcomes that will positively impact the lives of individuals across the African continent. In this spirit, I hereby declare the 83rd session officially open and wish you all productive and insightful engagements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement and for declaring the 83rd ordinary session of the African Commission officially open. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the 83rd ordinary session. Now, members of the high table will leave the hall to take a family photo, after which all dignitaries, delegates, and participants will observe tea and coffee break. Ushers are on standby to lead Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and the distinguished participants to the respective service points for the tea and coffee break, and I will announce shortly. Normally, we would have immediately after the tea and coffee break held the pre-session press conference, but because we have behind time, this will now take place immediately we break off for lunch. So what we will have immediately after the tea and coffee break is that, in line with the established working methods of the Commission, it will retreat into a brief private session for about 15 minutes to adopt its agenda. And by 12:45 p.m. Banjul time in this same hall, all Excellencies and distinguished participants are invited to please come back to the hall and participate fully in the deliberations of the public session of the African Commission. Excellencies, distinguished participants willing to take the floor on relevant agenda items can do the details that we have on our website as well as on the agenda. In line with our practice, you are kindly requested to register your interest with the registration desk right in front of the building. At this juncture, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you all to rise as the members of the high table leave the hall to take the family photo. Thank you all very much and enjoy your tea and coffee break, and see you at 12:45 p.m. Thank you. The protocol officers will lead us to the point of the family photo. And for the tea and coffee break, For member states, it will take place in the banquet hall on the ground floor. The banquet hall on the ground floor for delegates from member states for the tea and coffee break. For all other distinguished delegates and participants, it will be the banquet hall on the first floor. The banquet hall on the first floor for other delegates and participants. And for the honorable commissioners, honorable ministers, and excellencies, ambassadors, you will be guided by protocol to the service point for your tea and coffee break. Thank you all so much, and see you shortly.
Today, as we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. Statements that set the tone for our deliberations, the passionate debates and pressing human rights issues in Africa, has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the light of every individual is respected and applied. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening on the spirit of progress and unity, and also may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility.
D'abord, il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'espèces interne du travail, avec des rapporteurs, des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme ça que la Commission fait le travail. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Le rapporteur il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs de l'homme. Le comité, c'est un groupe. Un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont si vous avez du travail. Ce ne sont que des opérations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un commissaire 3, de quelques experts extérieurs qui se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail de finir comme sociétalement, ils analysent des choses, au fond de propositions avec les commissaires qui puissent adopter des orientations du Conseil aux États qui attendent le gestionnaire de la Commission, c'est Conseil.
Le plus grand problème que nous connaissons,
c'est le fait que
les décisions ne sont pas mises en œuvre. Ce n'est pas une maladie qui paralyse uniquement la Commission africaine, également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoï-Lumbu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, AGA était pour moi une structure, une organisation lointaine. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions en assumer la présidence qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la Commission, Solomon Berceau, dont j'ai hérité le mandat pour que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier, une appropriation en tout cas des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie et de bonne gouvernance de devoir interagir sur des sujets d'intérêt commun au sein de l'Union africaine. Il était tout à fait indiqué, en tout cas, que les organisations qui travaillent dans ces domaines puissent avoir une plateforme où elles discutent ensemble de ces questions, plutôt que de voir chacun d'entre elles, de ces organisations, rester dans son coin et continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérées. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait une excellent mandat, une excellente présidence, en tant que membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, mais le temps est court. Il ne nous a pas permis de mettre en œuvre toutes les idées que nous avions proposées jusqu'à ce que nous avons cédé le bâton de commandement au Comité africain des experts sur le droit et le bien-être des enfants. Merci beaucoup.
My name is Commissioner Dr. Lita Musimi Ogana. My capacity is dual. I am the commissioner responsible for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the commissioner in charge of the protection of rights of indigenous communities and minorities in Africa. This was an amazing forum. When we were conceiving the idea of having this joint forum, we thought of a space where as a commission we could have stakeholders every year come, join us to discuss some of the things and items that are not normally covered specifically in our mandates. We thought of issues that we may not be able otherwise to deal with during our normal work in the commission. And so it has been a huge success from the first day to the second day to the last day. Even now people are still in the room. Nobody has left. And we think that the topics have been very exciting. The views that have been shared are very innovative, and that we have been able to successfully bring together member states, civil society, national human rights commissions, and partners and stakeholders under one roof to discuss these key issues that we do not normally have time to reflect on every day. We want to say that next year, you're welcome to our second forum, and we look forward to your participation, and we can assure you this is the forum. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abiola Idowojo, and I'm the Acting Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, they just concluded AGA SP support to AU organs with human rights mandates, recorded a lot of success, and on the part of the African Commission, ACHPR for short, there was a significant contribution to the development of normative instruments within the African human rights system. There was enhanced public awareness of the work that we do, increased visibility, and we were also able to have institutional capacity strengthening through the provision of technical assistance, technical experts who contributed to the core business of the work of the African Commission. On normative frameworks, as you know, one of the things that we do is to increasingly interpret the provisions of the African Charter and to develop knowledge products, knowledge tools that help member states to better implement the human rights obligations that they have under the African Charter. Two key knowledge products that emerged from this support would include the alert and reporting mechanism for torture victims and the guidelines for the protection of persons from enforced disappearances in Africa. These tools provide clear directives to state parties on implementing AU shared value treaties. On increased visibility and through numerous activities such as regional conferences and validation meetings, the ACHPR significantly raised its profile and enhanced citizens' access to its services. Notable events include the conference that we had on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV responses in Africa, and the development of a use of force training module for police and prison officers in Africa. And lastly, on capacity building, the ACHPR, through this support, recruited 6 staff members to strengthen its operational capacity and contribute to its core businesses. This included senior litigation officers, a senior monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning officer for the first time in the history of the African Commission, and a finance officer that was also committed to overseeing the financial aspects of this support project. These were all core capacities that were contributed to the daily and ongoing businesses of the African Commission, enhancing its capacity to better protect and promote human and people's rights on the continent. We're grateful for the support. I thank you.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, tanto toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nesses locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
One Africa, one voice, your rights,
human rights, our
collective
collective
responsibility.
I'm Solomon Ayele Derso. I'm a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I chair the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights Violations in Africa in the Commission. This is one of the mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is tasked with the responsibility of monitoring the human rights situation and environmental issues that arise in the extractive industries sector. As you all know, the extractive industry sectors historically, but also broadly speaking in Africa, has very substantial consequences on the lives, livelihoods, land, territories, as well as the environment of the African continent. While the extractive industry sector has enormous potential for contribution to the socioeconomic development and thereby the improvement of the living standard of people of the continent, more often than not, this potential of the extractive industry sector has not been felt in the lived experiences of most people on the continent. Contrary to this, the natural resource of the continent and the operation of the extractive industries has brought a great deal of suffering, a great deal of human rights violations, and also environmental degradations on many parts of the continent. In the context of the current rush for critical minerals and also what are called transition minerals, in the context of the green energy transition, there is another scramble for these rare minerals on the African continent. And in this context, our working group asked the question whether once again, as in the past, the continent is going to face the resource curse arriving from this rush for critical minerals. So our work as the working group is to promote the respect for and observance of the human rights standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly as they relate to the exploitation and extraction of natural resources that the continent is enormously endowed with. Under Article 21 of the African Charter, specific obligations have been laid out. Actually, so much so that this is one of, if not the longest provisions of the Charter, highlighting the importance that is attached to and the historical significance of the natural resource exploitation of the African continent for the exclusive benefit of the people of the continent. With respect to the state of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do, I think it's important to note that in terms of normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards, a lot of progress have been made, both through the normative development contribution of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency and we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs, and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed, and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women, and the enormous potentials and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, tanto toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nesses locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar num equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
Je suis Marie-Louise Aboumou. Je suis juge à la Cour suprême du Cameroun, je suis camerounaise et je suis commissaire à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples depuis 2020. Au sein de cette commission, je suis la présidente du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées et la présidente du groupe de travail sur les communications. S'agissant du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que cette 81e session ordinaire est spéciale. Elle est spéciale parce que au cours de cette session, nous avons eu l'honneur d'annoncer, de célébrer l'entrée en vigueur du protocole sur les droits des personnes handicapées et d'annoncer l'entrée en vigueur prochaine à la fin de cette session, soit le 6 novembre, du protocole sur les droits des personnes âgées. Ce qui fait que je suis un commissaire comblé.
Mon nom est Selma Sassi Safer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeure de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élue membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont
the Older Persons Protocol, the African Disability Protocol, the Social Protection Protocol, and the African Protocol. And for us, we really want states to ratify those instruments to protect rights of vulnerable. Thank you.
My name is Michael Janyakun, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today, I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59(1) with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights.
J'espère que Allô. J'espère que vous m'entendez bien dans la salle et que l'interprétation fonctionne à merveille. Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Demandons à ceux qui se promènent encore dans la salle de bien vouloir prendre place pour que nous puissions redémarrer avec nos activités. Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles et Messieurs, c'est avec beaucoup d'enthousiasme, beaucoup de plaisir que la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples vous accueille cet après-midi pour poursuivre avec le calendrier de ces travaux après cette séance inaugurale du matin, protocolaire, avec beaucoup de discours. Cette petite pause qu'il y a eu, la Commission a dû se retirer pour adopter son agenda et poursuivre avec ses activités. L'agenda étant adopté, nous nous retrouvons encore devant vous pour entamer le premier point qui figure à notre agenda. Il s'agit des statements on the human rights situation in Africa. C'est un exercice auquel beaucoup sont habitués. Pour ceux qui sont là pour la première fois, c'est à cette occasion que toutes les parties prenantes ont la possibilité de demander la parole pour les États d'abord, pour les INDH ensuite qui ont le statut d'affiliés et pour les organisations de la société civile qui ont le statut d'observateur. Demander la parole pour nous présenter l'état général de la situation des droits de l'homme sur notre continent, à l'effet de permettre à la Commission de mettre à jour ces informations, aux rapporteurs pays de prendre note et de faire le suivi. C'est ça le but de cet exercice. Nous n'avons pas encore la possibilité d'accorder aux individus la possibilité de prendre la parole directement, mais nous espérons que les ONG qui le feront à leur nom rendent fidèlement compte de ce qu'ils ont pris au niveau de nos communautés respectives. Je vais rappeler les règles de procédure. Les délégués des États qui prendront la parole en premier lieu ont 7 minutes. Chaque délégation aura droit à 7 minutes. Pour les organes de l'Union africaine qui ont un mandat en matière de droits de l'homme, ils ont également 7 minutes. Pour les organisations internationales et intergouvernementales, 7 minutes. Les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme, ils ont droit à 5 minutes. Et pour les ONG, ont également droit à 5 minutes. Mais il n'est pas dit que vous devez nécessairement utiliser les minutes qui vous sont accordées. Si vous nous faites grâce de quelques minutes, vous nous permettrez, en tout cas, vous permettrez à d'autres personnes de parler et vous nous permettrez à nous de gagner aussi du temps. Sans tarder, je vais commencer avec la liste des États. J'appelle Embassy of Egypt in Sénégal, Son Excellence l'ambassadeur Khaled Aref. 7 minutes maximum. Et la technique aide l'ambassadeur Khaled à ouvrir son micro. Est-ce qu'il y a... Excellence, vous pouvez prendre le micro du Botswana, peut-être pour quelques minutes, en changeant l'inscription. Voilà. Zelalem, can you assist the ambassador to change? Yes. You can remove the Air Congo now. 7 minutes. Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur.
Monsieur le Président, cher Rémi Lungu, السادة المقررون أعضاء اللجنة الكرام السيدات والسادة الحضور، أستهل كلمتي بالتعبير عن خالص الامتنان لحكومة جمهورية جامبيا الشقيقة على ما تقدمه من دعم كريم ومتواصل لاستضافة اجتماعات هذه الدورة. كما أتوجه بالشكر للأمانة العامة للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب على حسن الإعداد والتنظيم المحكم لأعمال الدورة العادية رقم 83. وأود التأكيد على التزام جمهورية مصر العربية بتعزيز علاقاتها مع اللجنة الإفريقية باعتبارها الآلية الإقليمية الرئيسية المعنية بتعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان في قارتنا الحبيبة إفريقيا. السيد الرئيس، انطلاقا من كون مصر إحدى الدول المؤسسة للاتحاد الإفريقي والتزاما منها بالمبادئ السامية المنصوصة عليها في الميثاق الإفريقي لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، فقد اتخذت الدولة المصرية خطوات مهمة خلال الفترة الماضية لتعزيز حقوق الإنسان لكافة المواطنين والمقيمين على أراضيها. وأود أن أستعرض معكم أبرز هذه التطورات. في يناير الماضي ناقشت مصر تقريرها ضمن آلية الاستعراض الدوري الشامل بمجلس حقوق الإنسان، تأكيداً على تفاعلها الدائم مع هذه الآلية وحرصها على تعزيز تبادل الخبرات وأفضل الممارسات من خلال حوار بناء يقوم على الاحترام المتبادل. وقد استعرض الوفد المصري برئاسة السيد وزير الخارجية رئيس اللجنة العليا الدائمة لحقوق الإنسان خلال الجلسة ما تحقق من تقدم ملموس في تنفيذ توصيات مراجعة 2019، لا سيما في تحسين المناخ العام للحقوق والحريات رغم التحديات الدولية والإقليمية المعقدة. تلقت مصر خلال جلسة الاستعراض 343 توصية، حيث أشادت العديد من الدول وفي مقدمتها الدول الإفريقية الشقيقة بما حققته مصر من إنجازات ملحوظة في مجال حقوق الإنسان منذ عام 2019. وجاري في هذا الصدد إعداد التقرير الوطني بشأن الموقف من هذه التوصيات. واصلت مصر تعزيز مفهوم شامل لحقوق الإنسان دون تمييز، مع التأكيد على إشراك كافة أطياف المجتمع في جلسات الحوار الوطني وإجراء مراجعات مستمرة لقوائم الإرهاب شملت رفع أسماء عدد من المدرجين خاصة من الشباب بهدف منحهم فرصة لإعادة الاندماج الإيجابي بالمجتمع. وفي إطار تحديث المنظومة التشريعية لمواكبة التطورات الداخلية والإقليمية وموائمة التشريعات الوطنية مع التزامات مصر الدولية، فقد قام مجلس النواب المصري بمناقشة مشروع قانون الإجراءات الجنائية الجديد، بما يشكل نقلة نوعية في مجال العدالة الجنائية، خاصة فيما يتعلق وضوابط ومدد الحبس الاحتياط، فضلا عن قانون اللجوء وقانون العمل. كذلك تواصل مصر أداء دورها الريادي الإنساني في استضافة أكثر من 10 ملايين أجنبي من 62 جنسية، وضمان تمتعهم بكافة الخدمات الأساسية من تعليم وصحة ونفاذ إلى سوق العمل، إلى جانب دمجهم بالمجتمع المصري دون إلزامهم بالبقاء في مخيمات رغم التحديات الاقتصادية وضعف الدعم الدولي. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة الحضور، تقوم الرؤية المصرية لحقوق الإنسان على مبادئ جوهرية أبرزها الترابط والتكامل بين جميع الحقوق والحريات، والتلازم بين الديمقراطية وحقوق الإنسان، وأهمية تحقيق التوازن بين حقوق الفرد وحقوق المجتمع مع مكافحة الفساد كضمان رئيسي لحماية الحقوق. وتؤمن مصر بأن تعزيز حقوق الإنسان هو عملية تراكمية مستمرة تبذل فيها جهودا وطنية صادقة دون ادعاء الكمال، بهدف تحقيق الأهداف التي نصت عليها الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان وبما يتماشى مع مبادئ الميثاق الإفريقي. تنعقد دورتنا الحالية وسط استمرار الأوضاع الإنسانية الكارثية خاصة في قطاع غزة، حيث تتواصل الحرب للعام الثاني رغم العديد من القرارات الدولية، وكذا صدور أكثر من بيان من لجنتكم الموقرة. وتشهد غزة انتهاكات جسيمة للقانون الدولي الإنساني ولحقوق الإنسان، وتواصل مصر جهودها الحثيثة لإيقاف نزيف الدم وعلاج الجرحى والمصابين بالمستشفيات المصرية، وتقديم وضمان تدفق المساعدات الإنسانية والعمل على إحياء مسار السلام. كما أجدد الدعوة للدول الإفريقية إلى دعم الجهود وقف إطلاق النار وإقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة وفق مقررات الشرعية الدولية. وفي هذا السياق أشدد مجددا على موقف مصر الثابت الرافض لكافة مساعي التهجير أو تشجيع النقل واقتلاع الشعوب من أراضيهم، سواء كان بشكل مؤقت أو طويل الأجل، وبما يهدد الاستقرار ويقوض فرص السلام والتعايش بين الشعوب، وهو الموقف الذي أدعو لجنتكم الموقرة لأهمية إعادة التأكيد عليه. كذلك تواصل مصر دعمها الكامل لكافة المبادرات الإقليمية والدولية الرامية إلى إنهاء النزاع في السودان وتقديم العون اللازم لتعزيز استقراره والحفاظ على مؤسسات الدولة السودانية الحيوية. أود الإشارة إلى أن مصر ترحب بما اعتمدته قمة الاتحاد الإفريقي مؤخرا بشأن قضية التعويضات للأفارقة والأشخاص المنحدرين من أصل إفريقي عن الحقبة الاستعمارية وتاريخ العبودية عبر الأطلسي. إن مصر تدعم هذا التوجه العادل، وترى أن معالجة هذه المظالم التاريخية تمثل خطوة أساسية لتعزيز المصالحة والعدالة بين الشعوب، وتؤكد استعدادها الكامل للتعاون مع أشقائها الأفارقة لدفع هذا الملف الهام إلى الأمام في كافة المحافل الدولية. كما تعتبر مصر أن قضية استرداد الآثار المنهوبة تمثل أولوية محورية، انطلاقا من إيمانها بحق الشعوب الإفريقية في استعادة تراثها الثقافي والحضاري الذي تعرض للنهب خلال فترة الاستعمار. وتؤكد مصر أن استرداد هذه الكنوز الثقافية يشكل مكونا أساسيا من مسار معالجة المظالم التاريخية وتحقيق العدالة الثقافية، بما يسهم في تعزيز الهوية الوطنية وتحقيق المصالحة التاريخية بين الشعوب. وتعمل مصر على التعامل مع القضايا الدولية الناشئة وعلاقتها بحقوق الإنسان، وذلك مثل التغير المناخ والذكاء الاصطناعي، وذلك بالتنسيق مع فرق العمل الإفريقي في كل من جنيف ونيويورك، وبما يحافظ على مصالح قارتنا الإفريقية ومستقبل أبنائها. ختاما، وبرغم التحديات الجسيمة تواصل مصر السير بثبات نحو تحقيق هدفها المتمثل في ترسيخ منظومة متكاملة للحقوق والحريات لصالح جميع المواطنين المقيمين على أراضيها. وتجدد مصر انفتاحها التام على التعاون مع كافة الدول الإفريقية الشقيقة ودعمها الكامل لدور اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، إيمانا منها بأن تعزيز حقوق الإنسان هو مسؤولية جماعية وشراكة إفريقية أصيلة. شكرا سيادة الرئيس.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much.
Nous demandons au ministre des Affaires étrangères de l'Algérie, en tout cas au ministère, c'est le conseiller Sharif Deyemi qui a droit à la parole pour 7 minutes maximum. Nous rappelons le respect du temps imparti.
شكرا سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة المحافظون، السيدات والسادة ممثلو الدول الأطراف والمؤسسات الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان وممثلو المجتمع المدني، السيدات والسادة الحضور. يطيب لي أن أتقدم باسم الوفد الجزائري بالشكر الجزيل إلى حكومة وشعب غامبيا الشقيقة على كرم استضافة أشغال الدورة 83 للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، وعلى التسهيلات التي قدمت لنا منذ وصولنا إلى بانجول. كما يتوجه وفد بلادي بخالص التقدير والاحترام لأعضاء وأمانة اللجنة الموقرة على المجهودات المبذولة قصد ترقية وحماية حقوق الإنسان والشعوب في قاراتنا الإفريقية. ونحن على يقين أن العمل الدؤوب الذي تقوم به هذه الآلية الإقليمية سيساهم في تكريس ثقافة حقوق الإنسان بما فيها الحق في التنمية والعدالة والسيادة وتقرير المصير، باعتبارها الأقرب لانشغالات الشعوب الإفريقية والأكثر تفهما لتقاليدها وخصوصياتها ومصالحها، بعيدا عن كل ما من شأنه المساس بسيادة دول الأطراف وحرية اختيارها. سيد الرئيس، إن انعقاد هذه الدورة يأتي في لحظة دقيقة يمر بها عالمنا اليوم، حيث يعيش المجتمع الدولي ظروفا عصيبة تثقله أزمات متداخلة من نزاعات مسلحة وانقلابات وتدخلات أجنبية، إلى انتشار الإرهاب العابر للحدود وتفشي شبكات المرتزقة الذين يغذون الصراعات ويفاقمون المعاناة السكان المدنيين عبر النزوح واللجوء القسري، وهو ما ينعكس مباشرة على حقوق الإنسان وعلى السلم والأمن في قارتنا. وفي مواجهة هذه الظواهر تؤكد الجزائر قناعتها الراسخة بأن معالجتها لا يمكن أن تختزل في حلول أمنية ظرفية أو قمعية، بل تتطلب مقاربة شاملة متكاملة تنموية وأمنية وحقوقية تضع الإنسان وكرامته في قلب الانشغالات، وتعتمد التعاون والتكامل والحوار البناء بين دول الجنوب على أساس من المساواة والاحترام المتبادل من أجل بناء شراكات مستدامة قادرة على مواجهة التحديات المشتركة وتحقيق التنمية الشاملة التي تصب في مصلحة الشعوب وتؤمن لها حقوقها الأساسية. سيد الرئيس، تتحمل الجزائر بحكم تاريخها التحرري ونضالها من أجل العدالة مسؤولية أخلاقية وسياسية في الدفاع عن حقوق الشعوب المظلومة، ولقد أثبتت تجربتها أن احترام حقوق الإنسان يرتبط عضويا بالسيادة الوطنية والعدل الاجتماعي والتنمية المستدامة. وفي هذا الإطار يسرني أن أجدد التأكيد على أن الجزائر في انسجام تام مع التزاماتها القارية والدولية واصلت تطوير ترسانتها التشريعية في سياق ديناميكية إصلاحات سياسية ودستورية عميقة أطلقها السيد رئيس الجمهورية، والتي شملت اعتماد قوانين وفتح ورشات عدة على غرار الأحزاب والجمعيات والمجالس المنتخبة والحريات العامة ومكافحة خطاب الكراهية والتمييز عبر مرصد وطني مستقل يعمل تحت إشراف رئاسة الجمهورية. فيما يتعلق بحقوق المرأة، فقد خطت الجزائر خطوات متقدمة عبر قوانين تضمن حمايتها من العنف وتدابير خاصة لصون حقوقها الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، وتفعيل خطة وطنية لتنفيذ القرار 1325 لمجلس الأمن حول المرأة والأمن والسلام، التي تعزز حضور النساء في الحياة السياسية وتحميهن من كافة أشكال التمييز والعنف. وفي إطار تحقيق حقوق المرأة العاملة وحفاظنا على حقها وحق الإنجاب، تم تعديل القانون الخاص بعطلة الأمومة حيث تم تمديدها من 3 إلى 5 أشهر. وفي مجال الطفولة وضعت الجزائر حماية الأطفال في صدارة أولوياتها، لا سيما من خلال إعداد خطة وطنية 2025-2030 تهدف إلى تعزيز منظومة حقوق الطفل ومناهضة كل أشكال الاستغلال وسوء المعاملة خصوصا لفئة الأطفال ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. أما في قطاع التعليم فقد رسخت الجزائر مجانية وإلزامية التعليم دستوريا، وبلغت نسبة التمدرس 99%، بما يشكل قفزة نوعية، مؤكدا التزامها بضمان تعليم ذي جودة لكل الأطفال دون تمييز. وفي الشأن الصحي صادقت الجزائر على استراتيجية وطنية طموحة للأمن الصحي للفترة 2025-2030 تعتمد مقاربة استباقية تهدف إلى تعزيز مرونة النظام الصحي وضمان حق كل مواطن في التمتع بخدمات صحية فعالة في مواجهة الأوبئة والتغيرات المناخية والتحديات الغذائية العالمية. سيد الرئيس، إن الجزائر بحكم مسؤوليتها الإقليمية وصلت تثبيت موقعها كصوت للشعوب المضطهدة خاصة على مستوى مجلس الأمن ومجلس حقوق الإنسان، حيث لا تزال تشهد الإنسانية في فلسطين المحتلة انتهاكات فادحة ترتكبها القوى القائمة بالاحتلال، من تهجير قسري، تدميرا للبنى التحتية، استيطان واعتداءات متكررة وممنهجة على المقدسات. إن الجزائر تجدد من هذا المنبر رفضها لهذه الانتهاكات ودعمها المطلق لحق الشعب الفلسطيني في إقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشريف دولة حرة كاملة السيادة طبقا للشرعية الدولية. كما تجدد الجزائر موقفها الثابت بدعم حق الشعب الصحراوي غير القابل للتصرف أو التقادم في تقرير مصيره، وتدعو اللجنة الإفريقية إلى ممارسة ولايته الكاملة لمتابعة وتوثيق انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان المرتكبة داخل الأراضي الصحراوية المحتلة، والعمل على إرساء آلية دائمة ومحايدة لرصد هذه الانتهاكات وضمان مساءلة مرتكبيها. سيد الرئيس، وفي سياق التزام الجزائر بمبدأ التضامن الإفريقي، تفتخر بلادي بالدور الرائد الذي تلعبه في إطار التعاون مع بلدان القارة، لا سيما من خلال الوكالة الوطنية للتعاون الدولي من أجل التضامن والتنمية كإطار مؤسساتي فاعل لدعم الدول الإفريقية الشقيقة في ميادين بناء القدرات، نقل المعرفة، تطوير المهارات، وتعزيز التنمية المستدامة عبر برامج في قطاعات حيوية مثل الصحة والتعليم والزراعة والطاقة. وتجسيدا لهذا التضامن كذلك قامت الجزائر منذ سنة 2010 بإلغاء ديون 16 دولة إفريقية شقيقة بقيمة تفوق 1.4 مليار دولار أمريكي، مساهمة في تعزيز سيادة هذه الدول على مواردها وتمكينها من استثمارها في التنمية وتحسين شروط الحياة لشعوبها. وقد توازى هذا المجهود مع نهج مالي متزن، حيث حافظت الجزائر على مستوى دين خارجي لا يتجاوز 0.4% من الناتج الداخلي الخام نهاية 2023، ما مكنها من توجيه مواردها نحو الخدمات الأساسية وضمان تمويل البرامج الاجتماعية والصحية والتعليمية دون المساس بالاستقرار المالي. في هذا السياق تؤكد الجزائر على التأثير السلبي الكبير لعدم إعادة الأموال المنهوبة إلى قاراتنا من البلدان الأجنبية، حيث استمر احتجاز هذه الأموال، حيث أن استمرار احتجاز هذه الأموال يعوق قدرة الدولة الإفريقية على تعبئة مواردها الوطنية، خاصة في أوقات الأزمات، وهذا ينعكس سلبا على تمويل أهداف التنمية المستدامة ويزيد من الفجوة في قدرة الدول على توفير الموارد اللازمة لتحقيق رفاهية شعوبها. وبناء على ذلك تدعو الجزائر إلى تكليف الدعم للائحة الإفريقية المتعلقة بحقوق الإنسان مقدمة في جنيف، وتحث على ضرورة تفعيل الآليات الدولية المعنية لإلزام دول الوجهة بإعادة هذه الأموال في إطار التزاماتها القانونية، بما في ذلك التصدي للتحديات القانونية والتقنية التي تعترض سيرورة هذه العملية. إن استعادة هذه الأموال ليست مجرد مسألة اقتصادية، بل هي حق من حقوق الإنسان يساهم في تعزيز السيادة الاقتصادية لدولنا ويمكنها من الوفاء بتعهداتها تجاه شعوبها وتحقيق تنمية مستدامة وعادلة. السيد الرئيس، تبقى الجزائر منفتحة بإرادة صادقة على آليات حقوق الإنسان الأممية، حيث استقبلت نهاية 2023 مقررين خاصين تابعين للأمم المتحدة في ظروف تميزت بالتعاون والشفافية، وتعتزم مواصلة هذا النهج في سبيل تعميق الثقة وترسيخ ثقافة حقوق الإنسان. في الختام، تجدد الجزائر قناعتها الثابتة أن احترام حقوق الإنسان يشكل حجر الزاوية لبناء مجتمعات مستقرة وعادلة، وأن هذه الحقوق تظل وحدة متكاملة غير قابلة للتجزئة، تعتمد على سيادة القانون، العدالة الاجتماعية، واحترام حق الشعوب في التنمية وفي تحديد مساراتها. إن تحقيق هذه الحقوق ليس فقط مسؤولية فردية أو وطنية، بل هو واجب جماعي يتطلب تعاون دولي مستمرا لتوفير الظروف الملائمة التي تتاح لشعوبنا التمتع بكافة الحقوق. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Conseiller Sharif. Nous avons pris bonne note. Je passe la parole maintenant à la Mauritanie, Prof. Rassoul Ould El Khal. Le Prof. Rassoul Ould.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. السيد رئيس اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، أصحاب السعادة السفراء ومندوبي الدول، السادة والسيدات أعضاء اللجنة الموقرة، السادة والسيدات ممثلي المنظمات الدولية والإقليمية، السادة والسيدات رؤساء وممثلي المؤسسات الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان ومنظمات المجتمع المدني، أيها السادة والسيدات، إنه لمن دواعي السرور أن نشارككم اليوم باسم حكومة الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية انعقاد الدورة 83 للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. كما أغتنم هذه الفرصة ليتقدم بخالص الشكر وعظيم الامتنان لحكومة جمهورية غامبيا الشقيقة على احتضانها لهذه الدورة وعلى كرم الاستقبال وحسن الضيافة اللذين حويت بهما أنا والوفد المرافق لي منذ قدومنا إلى أرض جمهورية غامبيا الشقيقة بلد الأمن والسلام. كما يطيب لي أن أهنئ باسم وفد بلادي السيد الرئيس وأعضاء اللجنة الموقرة على العمل الجبار الذي يقومون به بالنهوض بحقوق الإنسان والشعوب على مستوى قارتنا، معبرا كذلك عن ارتياحنا لمستوى التعاون المتميز بين بلادنا واللجنة وآلياتها الخاصة. سيد الرئيس، على الرغم من الجهود الكبيرة المبذولة في مجال حقوق الإنسان، لا تزال قارتنا الإفريقية تواجه تحديات كبرى تقف عاجزا دون التمتع البعض بالحقوق الأساسية والضرورية، من بينها النزاعات المسلحة والإرهاب والمتاجرة بالبشر والهجرة السرية والتغيرات المناخية. وفي هذا السياق تواصل موريتانيا جهودها الحثيثة على المستويين الدولي والإقليمي للمساهمة الفعالة في إيجاد حلول لمختلف دور النزاع في العالم، وخاصة تلك القائمة في جوارنا الإقليمي باستقبال وإيواء النازحين وطالبي اللجوء، وتنفيذ مقاربة أمنية شاملة نجحت في التصدي للإرهاب والتطرف والجريمة المنظمة العابرة للحدود. ولعل رئاسة بلاد الاتحاد الإفريقي التي انتهت في 17 من شهر فبراير الماضي، وما تم خلالها من إنجازات في العديد من الملفات الاستراتيجية للقارة خير دليل على هذا الالتزام. سيد الرئيس، لا يمكن الحديث عن حالة حقوق الإنسان في العالم دون استحضار معاناة الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق في قطاع غزة، تلك المعاناة التي فاقت حدتها كل التوقعات، ومشاهد الدمار الهائل الذي خلفه العدوان، وعشرات آلاف المشردين من النساء والأطفال والمسنين لدليل قاطع على عدم تحمل المجتمع الدولي لمسؤولياته. وعليه فهو مطالب اليوم أكثر من أي مواطن مضى بمضاعفة الجهود لمواصلة وقف إطلاق النار وإدخال المساعدات الإنسانية بالكم المطلوب، ودعم جهود الإغاثة والإعمار سعيا لإنهاء معاناة الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق وفتح آفاق لحل عادل يضمن إقامة دولة فلسطينية مستقلة عاصمة القدس الشريف. سيد الرئيس، عرفت حالة حقوق الإنسان في بلادي خلال العام المنصرم إنجازات كبيرة تعززت معها من المكتسبات الوطنية في مجال بناء دولة القانون والمؤسسات وترسيخ قيم الديمقراطية والحقوق والحريات. وفي هذا السياق شرعنا في تنفيذ الاستراتيجية الوطنية لترقية وحماية حقوق الإنسان 2024-2028 الأولى من نوعها في البلاد، كما عرف الإطار القانوني تطورا هاما باستصدار القانون 039/2024 المتعلق بإنشاء المحكمة المتخصصة لمحاربة العبودية والإتجار بالأشخاص وتهريب المهاجرين، الذي سمح بتوسيع نطاق اختصاص المحكمة وتغليب العدالة الجنائية من المواطنين والضحايا على وجه الخصوص، علاوة على القانون 039/2024 المتضمن الأحكام الجنائية المتعلقة بنظام الهجرة، الذي سد فراغا تشريعيا كان قائما في المنظومة القانونية الوطنية لمحاربة تهريب المهاجرين. سيد الرئيس، في مجال الحقوق المدنية والسياسية ساهم جو التهدئة والانفتاح السياسي والحوار والتشاور الذي اعتمده فخامة رئيس الجمهورية في حصر الاختلاف بين الفرقاء السياسيين، وهو ما مكن من تنظيم انتخابات رئاسية شفافة ونزيهة في يونيو الماضي في إجماع تام على قواعدها وأسس تسييرها. كما تواصل الحكومة تنفيذ الوثيقة الوطنية لإصلاح وتطوير العدالة التي تضمن عصرنة قطاع القضاء وتطوير بناءه التحتية وتحسين ظروف العاملين به، ضمانا لاستدامة ما تحقق في مجالات الحكامة السياسية وترسيخ مبدأ الفصل بين السلطات. وفي مجال الحماية أطلقنا منصة رقمية تدعى حمايتي لاستقبال ومعالجة الشكاوي المتعلقة بانتهاكات حقوق الإنسان، كما قمنا عن طريق صندوق الدعم ومساعدة ضحايا الإتجار بتسليم منح مالية تمويل أنشطة مدرة للدخل لصالح ضحايا الإتجار بالأشخاص، علاوة على اعتماد خطة العمل الوطنية الثانية لمكافحة هذه الظاهرة. وفي إطار ترقية الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية واصلت الحكومة تنفيذ البرنامج الاجتماعي والأكاديمية خاصة لترقية وتطوير قطاعي الصحة والتعليم. وفيما يخص التعليم تواصل الحكومة في السنة الثانية تنفيذ مشروع المدرسة الجمهورية وصل معدل التدرس الابتدائي إلى 81% ونسبة الاستبقاء إلى 83%. وفيما يتعلق بالخدمات الصحية مكنت جهود الحكومة من إيصال نسبة الخدمات الصحية لما يناهز 80% سنة 2024. سيد الرئيس، عملنا خلال العام المنصرم على تعزيز تفاعل البلاد إيجابي مع آليات الدولة لحقوق الإنسان وتعزيز تواجد خبراء الوطنيين في لجان المعاهدات الدولية. وفي هذا السياق تم انتخاب بلادنا لعضوية اللجنة الأمم المتحدة لحقوق الطفل، كما تم تقديم ومتابعة تقرير الدور الدولي والتقارير المتابعة أمام كل من اللجنة الأمم المتحدة لحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية ولجنة الخبراء الأفارقة لحقوق ورفاهية الطفل. ومن المتوقع أن نستقبل نهاية العام الجاري زيارة المقرر الخاص المعني بحقوق الإنسان للمهاجرين، ومن أجل ضمان متابعة دقيقة لتنفيذ التوصيات الصادرة لبلادنا في مختلف الآليات الدولية والإقليمية لحقوق الإنسان، قمنا بإطلاق قاعدة بيانات إلكترونية مخصصة لرصد تنفيذ التوصيات الصادرة لبلادنا في هذا المجال. اسمحوا لي ختاما أن أؤكد لكم حرص السلطات العليا في بلادنا على المضي قدما في مواكبة كافة الجهود الرامية إلى صون كرامة الإنسان على مستوى القارة، متمنيا لأعمال دورتنا التوفيق والنجاح، وأشكركم والسلام عليكم.
Merci, professeur. J'appelle la délégation d'Afrique du Sud, le acting deputy director, Nukupumla Mabena.
Thank you.
Afrique du Sud. Vous êtes là?
Thank you very much. Honorable.
7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Remi Ngoy Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Chair, allow me to stand on the protocol already established. It is an honor and privilege to be here with you today for the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Union on People and on Human and People's Rights, and the South African delegation is grateful for the opportunity to deliver its country statement. We wish to extend our gratitude to the friendly government of the Republic of the Gambia for the warm welcome and its hospitality. Our congratulations are extended to you, Chair, and your fellow commissioners for presiding over this session. You can count on South Africa's support and cooperation towards a fruitful session. My delegation further commends the Secretariat for their work in organizing this session. Honorable Chairperson and Commissioner, this session convenes at a time when relations are declining based on the weakening of a multilateral institution, coercive measures, trade wars notably affecting the quality of life and economic development, divisions and unequal rights. In the 2025 African Union theme of the year, Justice for Africans and the People of African Descent through Reparation, recognizes the need for redress due to the burden of history of our continent and the diaspora. South Africa remains committed to Pan-Africanism and strongly believes that the call for reparation must be utilized to tackle our debt challenges, poverty alleviation, inequality, and must lead our collective development. A few days ago, on the 27th of April, 2025, South Africa celebrated its Freedom Day, commemorating the first post-apartheid elections, which took place on the same date in 1994. This momentous occasion moved South Africa from pariah state into a progressive democratic dispensation. On this occasion, we understood that South Africa was joining a community of nations based on friendly relations, equal rights, and self-determination. Chairperson, democracy is thriving in South Africa today with strong institutions and deeply ingrained culture of human rights underpinned by a progressive constitution. We remain committed to these constitutional obligations and affirm our pledge not only to always safeguard and uphold human rights, but to strive to ensure that all people may exercise these human rights to their fullest. Therefore, we believe that this commission must remain steadfast in its mandate to advocate human rights in line with our principal framework of Agenda 2063. The milestone and the implementation of Agenda 2063 were developed to inspire and unite all Africans and the diaspora in action around the shared values of peaceful, integrated, and prosperous Africa. Therefore, a universal culture of good governance, democratic ideals, gender equality, and respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law remains paramount in the implementation and the achievement of Agenda 2063 and the second 10-year implementation plan. Chairperson, South Africans understand the burden of oppression, which is why the enjoyment of rights and freedoms without distinction of race, color, sex, religion, and any other affiliation safeguard jealousy. Our Constitution embodies us to build a just, equitable, and prosperous South Africa for all. Since the adoption of our nation, since its adoption of our nation has been working hard to improve its democratic legislation and to bring into compliance with the international commitments aimed at addressing the inequalities of the past and in compliance with the international human rights obligation. It is therefore a concern to us that freedom of a sovereign country to make decisions about the future of its people was challenged to the point where a campaign of misinformation and propaganda was leveled against our nation as a human rights abuser. It is in this context that His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa signed the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act on the 13th September 2024, and it is at its implementation stage. The Basic Education Laws Amendment Act intends to ensure that everyone has a fair chance at learning in the language they understand, including the recognition of the South African Sign Language as the official language to the for the educational purposes. Similarly, President Cyril Ramaphosa recently signed into law the Expropriation Bill, which repeals the 1975 Expropriation Act and sets out how organs of the state may expropriate land in public interest for various reasons. The Act adheres to Section 25 of the Constitution in ensuring that expropriation is lawful, fair, and may not expropriate properties unlawful. An expropriation authority is obliged to enter into a negotiation with the owners of property. Expropriation Act 13 of 2004 was signed into law in December 2024. The Expropriation Act allows for expropriation without compensation only in circumstances which is just and equitable and in a public interest to do so. Expropriation of land, however, is prohibited until an expropriation authority negotiates and reach an agreement with the landowner. Honorable Chairperson, while we are making strides to amend our laws in ensuring that they are just, serve the public, and my delegation is concerned with the persistent propaganda, misinformation, and fake news that is peddled by some societies that could have a potential undermine our sovereignty and undermine our democracy. We urge the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to continue encouraging member states of African Union to ratify all the African Union Human Rights Treaty. These legal instruments are important in the promotion and protection of human and people's rights on the continent. I thank you, Chair.
Merci. Savons que ce n'est pas facile, mais le commissaire Derso, le rapporteur pays, prendra cette note-là pour continuer à échanger avec vous sur les différentes actions à prendre. C'est une note importante. J'appelle la délégation d'Éthiopie, l'ambassadeur Malaini Mohamed, député permanent représentatif.
Thank you very much. It is a Sahrawi Republic.
7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Chairperson of the Commission, Excellencies, Commissioners, Ambassadors, distinguished Member State delegates, representatives of national human rights mechanisms, NGOs, all protocols observed. Allow me first to express the Sahrawi Republic's sincere thanks to the Republic of the Gambia for its continued generosity in hosting and supporting the work of the Commission. Let me also stress the crucial role this August Commission and all other related African institutions are playing in promoting, monitoring, and protecting human rights across Africa. The African Union's 2025 theme on reparations highlights the need for justice, healing, and accountability for historical and ongoing colonial injustices. It is within this general spirit that I am addressing you on behalf of the Sahrawi Republic to inform you with deep concern about one of the most severe, persistent, and yet overlooked human rights and humanitarian crises on our continent. I am talking, Your Excellencies, about the situation in the occupied zones of the Sahrawi Republic, Western Sahara, Africa's last colony, under Morocco's ongoing illegal occupation. The Sahrawi people are being denied their basic rights to self-determination, freedom, and dignity, and as His Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission, just said a few minutes ago, Africa is sick and suffering because of the non-respect of the African human and people's right. I cannot agree more on this diagnostic, Mr. Chairperson. For decades, the Sahrawi people have suffered under foreign military occupation, in clear violation of African and international law, including the African Charter, the United Nations Charter, and the African Union Constitutive Act. This occupation is not only a denial of sovereignty to a founding AU member, but also the source of widespread systemic abuses that this Commission and all the relevant African and UN bodies can no longer ignore, given the grave implications for regional and continental stability. At the heart of this crisis is, of course, the illegal exploitation of Sahrawi natural resources. For years, multinationals and complicit states have looted Western Sahara's fisheries, phosphates, and more in open defiance of international law, including the latest 2024 ruling of the European Court of Justice. This is not mere illegality, it is shameless economic aggression and the theft of African wealth. Meanwhile, Sahrawis endure systematic repression, enforced disappearances, torture, even of children and people with special needs, extrajudicial executions, sexual violence, arbitrary arrests, and sham military trials against civilians. These are not isolated incidents, they are daily systematic realities. Sahrawi civilians are forcibly displaced, their homes destroyed, wells and sources of water devastated, and livestock endangered. This scorched earth policy is a deliberate effort to displace the Sahrawi population and to replace them with Moroccan settlers. Cultural genocide, economic marginalization, and restrictions on education, freedom of speech, and protest aim to suppress Sahrawi identity entirely. Sahrawi political prisoners remain in deplorable conditions, far from home, imprisoned in Moroccan jails. The GDEM group especially, a group of human rights defenders convicted in trials widely condemned by international observers, symbolize the impunity Morocco enjoys, shielded of course by powerful ex-colonial allies willing to disregard international law and believing that might can or should make rights in our world. Even more alarming is the media blackout. Journalists, UN bodies, and AU observers are barred from the occupied territory, while activists are punished for speaking out. Western Sahara has become Africa's largest open-air prison, sealed from scrutiny and ruled by fear. The African Commission itself has been blocked from visiting the territory since 2013. 12 years of silence while violations worsen. Since Morocco violated the ceasefire on November 13, 2020, armed conflict resumed between the Moroccan Army of Invasion and the Sahrawi Army of Liberation. Violence against Sahrawi civilians has escalated. Moroccan drones target civilians using prohibited weapons. These indiscriminate attacks constitute war crimes and must be urgently condemned. Mr. President, this is more than a human rights crisis. It is a test of the credibility of our institutions. The African Charter cannot be selectively applied. The Sahrawi Republic is a full AU member state. Its people are fully Africans, yet they feel forgotten, expected to endure and accept horrific abuses in silence, and this is simply unfair. We call on this esteemed Commission to fully uphold its responsibilities by urgently resuming its long-delayed mission to the occupied territories, investigating and documenting the full scale of violations in Western Sahara, demanding accountability from the occupying power, and expressing clear solidarity with the Sahrawi people in line with the principles and goals of Pan-Africanism that guided our founding fathers enshrined in our Charter. Excellencies, brothers and sisters, Africa cannot afford to look away. This is not some distant war. It is unfolding here, on our soil, under our watch. We are the custodians of this continent's legacy. History will judge us not by our words, not by our intentions, not even by our fears and prudence, but by our actions. No justification, no geopolitical excuse, no diplomatic evasion can absolve inaction. This is not merely a conflict, it is a modern colonization, a continuous crime against humanity, and a grave assault on African dignity taking place in front of our eyes. Let us remember that our nations stand free today because past generations choose to resist injustice, giving their lives and dreams as a sacrifice. Would they have remained silent out of fear or indifference back then? No one of us will be here. Now it is our turn to choose where to stand. We urge this Commission, finally, I am finishing, and we urge all African Union relevant institutions to break the silence and translate their mandates into deeds and actions, because justice delayed is not justice denied. It can also be perceived as complicity or at least a failure to uphold moral and institutional responsibility. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Nous allons appeler maintenant le Soudan, Monsieur Elzain Ibrahim Hussein, Son Excellence, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur Elzain Ibrahim Hussein. Soudan.
Yes.
7 minutes, please. Pendant ce temps, je demande à la République sahraoui de couper
السيد
le
الرئيس السادة المفوضون، السادة مندوب الدول، المنظمات، السادة الضيوف بمقاماتكم المختلفة، أولا نتوجه بالشكر نيابة عن حكومة بلادي للمفوضية الأفريقية لحقوق الإنسان التي
حرصت على دعوتنا للمشاركة في الجلسة العامة للدورة 83 التي تنظمها الأمانة العامة بمدينة بنجول التي رحبت بنا بشكل جيد. ولأهمية الوضع الحالي في السودان أنفذ مباشرة للموضوع الشاغل الآن لفائدة المشاركين. السيد الرئيس، تعود بداية الحرب الحالية في جمهورية السودان إلى انقلاب قامت به قوات الدعم السريع المتمردة في صبيحة يوم 15 أبريل عام 2023، وهو فصيل تحت مظلة قوات الشعب المسلح الرسمية. وقد هاجمت هذه القوات مقر القيادة العامة للقوات المسلحة واستهدفت القائد العام للقوات المسلحة والذي هو رئيس مجلس السيادة الانتقالي والقيادات التي معه في محاولة لقتله وبالتالي إنهاء تطورات النظام الدستوري الانتقالي في البلاد ووقفه من بلوغ آياته. وسبق يوم الانقلاب الفاشل أن أرسلت تلك القوى المتمردة مركبات قتالية عسكرية يوم 12 أبريل عام 2023، أي قبل يومين من هذه المحاولة الفاشلة، إلى مطار المروي 100 كيلومتر شمال الخرطوم تقريبا. وفي بيان من الناطق الرسمي للقوات المسلحة الحكومية دعا لعودة هذه القوات إلى ثكناتها وإنهاء التمرد والتصعيد لأنها خالفت الأوامر العسكرية. لقد تحول هذا الانقلاب الفاشل إلى تمرد شامل استهدف المقار العسكرية والمدنية معا في آن واحد على امتداد القطر. واصل التمرد في ارتكاب انتهاكات كثيرة غير مسبوقة في تاريخ البلاد ضد الدولة بكامل عناصرها وقواها المدنية والعسكرية والاقتصادية والثقافية والاجتماعية. السيد الرئيس، بسبب هذه الانتهاكات تم إنشاء اللجنة الوطنية للتحقيق في جرائم انتهاكات القانون الوطني.
Okay, it's good now. Vous pouvez continuer.
بسبب هذه الانتهاكات سيد الرئيس تم إنشاء اللجنة الوطنية للتحقيق في جرائم وانتهاكات القانون الوطني والقانون الدولي الإنساني للتحقيق في هذه الانتهاكات التي ترقى إلى جرائم حرب وجرائم ضد الإنسانية وجرائم تطهير عرقي وإبادة. وهي لجنة مستقلة تحت رئاسة النائب العام للدولة وتضم كفاءات مهنية وخبراء وحقوقيين وممثلين لأجهزة الدولة المعنية بإنفاذ القانون، وولايتها تنحصر في كافة الانتهاكات التي ارتكبت منذ 15 أبريل عام 2023 والتحقيق والتحري في أي انتهاك يخالف القانون الوطني والإنساني الدولي. وقد قامت اللجنة الوطنية بحصر كافة الانتهاكات في القطر وتحصلت على الوثائق والمواد الموثقة وتلقت الدعاوى والشكاوى المختلفة وقيدت الدعاوى الجنائية المتعلقة بالحق العام والحق الخاص وزارت المواقع المختلفة. لقد تأكد اللجنة وجهات دولية عديدة مستقلة ارتكاب ميليشيا الدعم السريع المتمردة لجرائم حرب وجرائم ضد الإنسانية وجرائم تطهير عرقي وإبادة. ومن الأمثلة الواضحة ما جرى في مدينة الجنينة ضد شعب المساليت وانتهاكات كبيرة ضد معسكرات النازحين حول مدينة الفاشر في زمزم وأبو شوب، وليس آخرها ما جرى في غرب أم درمان الأسبوع المنصرم. هذه مجرد أمثلة لانتهاكات كثيرة. ومن الجرائم أيضا معاملة الأسرى بشكل مخالف للقانون الإنساني من تعذيب وقتل وتصوير. لقد ارتكبت الميليشيا جريمة الارتزاق باستيعاب مرتزقة أجانب من دول عديدة، وقد تم اعتقال بعض هؤلاء المرتزقة بواسطة السلطات السودانية من دول عديدة تبلغ 13 دولة، بعضها أيضا خارج القارة. ارتكبت ميليشيا الدعم السريع انتهاكات ضد الأطفال والقتل خارج نطاق القانون، عنف ضد النساء والأطفال، تهجير قسري، حرمان من حرية التنقل للمدنيين، اختفاء قسري، اعتداء على الأعيان المدنية، نهب البنوك، استهداف المطارات والبنيات الأساسية ومحولات الكهرباء واستهدافها بالمسيرات درونز، اعتداء على البعثات الدبلوماسية الأجنبية والمنظمات الدولية، وقطع الطريق أمام المساعدات الإنسانية ومصادرتها حتى لا تصل للمحتاجين، والاعتداء على مقر المفوضية الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان بالسودان، وتدمير دور العبادة ومواقع التراث الثقافي المادي والمتاحف والإرشيف الوطني والمكتبات، ونهب القطع الأثرية النادرة، الاعتداء على قطاع الإنتاج البترول، وقطع الأنبوب الناقل الذي يربط دولة جنوب السودان ومراكز الإنتاج في السودان. اعتدت هذه الميليشيا على مقار الشرطة المدنية والسجون مما أدى لهروب آلاف المسجونين في جرائم متنوعة. الاعتداء أيضا على محميات الحياة البرية وقطع الاتصالات. السيد الرئيس، إن حكومة السودان لديها أدلة وشواهد على وجود دعم خارجي كبير لا زال مستمرا من جهات خارجية، على رأسها دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، يتم عبر بعض مطارات دول الإقليم، وعلى رأسها مطارات دولة تشاد المجاورة، وكذلك قاعدة بوساسو في الصومال، حيث تقدم الدعم بالعتاد العسكري والمعينات وتمررها عن طريق البر من تشاد ومناطق أخرى في الإقليم. السيد الرئيس، لقد رفعت حكومة بلادي شكوى موثقة ضد تدخل دولة الإمارات العربية إلى محكمة العدل الدولية في انتظار القرار، كما قدمت شكوى ضد ضلوع دولة تشاد إلى مفوضية حقوق الإنسان والشعوب هنا. وسيواصل السودان في طرق باب العدالة الدولية وتطبيق أسس العدالة الوطنية أيضا في الداخل عبر مؤسسات إنفاذ القانون، وتقديم التقارير إلى منظومة الأمم المتحدة عبر مجلس الأمن والمناظر الأخرى. ختاما السيد الرئيس، أصدرت اللجنة الوطنية للتحقيق في جرائم انتهاكات القانون الوطني والقانون الدولي الإنساني تقاريرها، وهي متاحة باللغتين العربية والإنجليزية ولا زالت منعقدة وفق اختصاصها. السيد الرئيس، آخر ما قامت به الميليشيا ميليشيا الدعم السريع المتمردة بعد فشلها في السيطرة على البلاد هو اللجوء إلى التحالف مع بعض القوى المساندة لها وبدعم خارجي بصياغة ترتيبات لإقامة حكومة موازية في مناطق سيطرتها عبر ما يعرف بتحالف نيروبي، الأمر الذي أدانه مجلس السلم والأمن الأفريقي ببيان قوي صادر في 11 مارس عام 2025 رافضا أي ترتيبات انفصالية داخل القطر الموحد، وكذلك مجلس الأمن الدولي. وفي تقديرنا إن لجوء ميليشيا الدعم السريع والقوى المساندة لها إلى تلك الترتيبات يؤكد أن هناك أهداف خارجية تريد تفتيت السودان ودول الإقليم وخلق بؤر لصراع دائم. يؤكد السودان مجددا في الختام السيد الرئيس بالتزامه بالحلول الإفريقية لقضايا وتحديات القارة، ومنها الوضع في السودان عبر عملية يقودها السودانيون ويدعمها الاتحاد الأفريقي حتى يخرج السودان من هذه الأزمة. ولكم الشكر للاستماع. شكرا جزيلا.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Nous allons appeler la dernière intervention avant de suspendre les travaux pour 1 heure, pour permettre à ceux qui doivent aller à la mosquée d'aller prier, et ceux qui veulent aller manger, de manger. Donc, j'appelle la République du Djibouti, Monsieur Ibrahim Mohamed Amadou, qui est assistant juridique, je crois, à l'ambassade, au nom du gouvernement de Djibouti. Monsieur Ibrahim, vous êtes là? Monsieur Ibrahim, Djibouti, vous êtes là? Je ne le vois pas dans la salle, ce qui nous permet d'appeler quand même une dernière intervention pour les organisations intergouvernementales, la liste des organisations intergouvernementales. United Nations Officer for West Africa and the Sahel, UNOWAS, Barry Freeman, 7 minutes. N'est pas là? Barry Freeman. J'appelle la FIDH, International Federation for Human Rights, Monsieur Mabasafal.
The Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Excellencies and distinguished participants.
Who is speaking? Zelalem, who is speaking?
The UN.
C'est le UN? Ça va, vous pouvez y aller. Pour 7 minutes, parce qu'on va prendre la pause. Yes. UNOWAS.
The Chairperson and members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Excellencies and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. the Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel, Leonardo Santos Chamorro, regrets very much not being able to join this 83rd ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights due to prior engagements. On his behalf, I am honored to address you and share our goodwill message. Ladies and gentlemen, U.S. commends the Chairperson and members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for organizing this 83rd ordinary session. All over the world, respect for human rights continues to be challenged. In Africa and beyond, our urgent attention and effective action is required. Despite laudable strides made by many African states, including through this commission and other organizations, vigilance is required to safeguard human rights and the rule of law. Terrorism threatens lives in West Africa and the Sahel region. Shrinking civic space and other grave human rights violations have sadly become too common in some countries. Innocent victims of atrocities, including children and women, deserve an end to their suffering and to see justice served. Protection and promotion of human rights are the bedrock of sustainable peace and critical as well to inclusive socioeconomic development. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight positive developments in the region. State parties are contributing to the functioning of the Universal Periodic Review, to UN treaty bodies and African Union human rights mechanisms through periodic reports to these bodies. The United Nations encourages EU member states to implement all human rights and governance-related instruments they have ratified, including by fulfilling their obligations to submit timely periodic reports as required. Ladies and gentlemen, the role played by many national human rights institutions on the continent in reinforcing democracy, good governance, rule of law, and respect for human rights is commendable. The UN encourages state parties to allocate adequate resources to enable national human rights institutions to implement their mandated responsibilities, and for states that have dissolved their human rights commissions to reinstate them. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize and appreciate the efforts of human rights defenders who play a critical role in the promotion and protection of fundamental liberties in the region, often at great risk to themselves and their families. Accordingly, the UN calls upon state parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights to protect human rights defenders against harassment and reprisal. The UN will continue to support governments and civil society actors to foster environments in which political actors, civil society organizations, men, women, youth, indigenous people, ethnic minorities, and other excluded categories can fully and safely participate and be fairly represented in public life. We at NANRI look forward to continuing our interactions with this august commission. I wish you fruitful deliberations and I thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup. Nous allons donc, avec cette déclaration de United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, suspendre les travaux pour 1 heure. Les gens doivent aller à la mosquée et d'autres doivent se sustenter pour revenir dans 1 heure. 1 heure vraiment, donc à 15h20, heure de Banjul. Je serai déjà ici pour continuer avec l'agenda. Merci beaucoup. Bonne prière et bon appétit pour ceux qui vont manger.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Ushers are kindly requested to lead the state delegates to the service point for lunch. and as well to lead the honorable commissioners to the service point for their lunch. Thank you so much. Ushers, please.
And a remarkable journey that began on October 17th and culminates today, November 6th, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs, and
three service points,
esteemed participants.
One for the commissioners, one for staff, and then the third for the state delegates. Thank you.
That transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day and Cultural Rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you.
Can we have the photographer, please? The official photographer of the African Commission, please. Thank you. Please come over here. We need you.
Progress in unity, and as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility.
We need the photographers, please. Thank you.
On human and people's rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future.
Commissioners and VIPs, Banquet Hall 1.
Human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights.
Banquet Hall 1 on the ground floor for commissioners and VIPs.
We convene in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is
our collective responsibility.
The banquet hall on the first floor for state delegates and staff members, interpreters, and all the service providers for the session will be glass room 1. Once you come out of this building, to your left, yes.
81st
Thank you.
session on the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. In the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. The dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. When we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future
for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we point, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. In these 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed viable discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, we must carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we point, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed viable discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. When we draw to a close, we always carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. Over the past 29 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, we always carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. Over the past 29 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve, and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we plead, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on the 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we plead, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on rising economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Their dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 29 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on rising economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Their dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. When we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. In the past 29 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants who witnessed viable discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. Opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we plead, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants who witnessed viable discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. When we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we plead, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. Through the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. In the past 29 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on the 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Their dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we point, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. Through the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. In the past 29 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on the 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Their dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we point, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began in October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. In the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on the 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. Through the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began in October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. In the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on the 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we plead, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. In the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. And we draw to a close. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we plead, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. In the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. The dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. And we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we planned, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on the 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. The dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. And we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we planned, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today on November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants, to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa. Each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on the 21st of October with a joint curriculum on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we can, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. In the past 29 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on the 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights, in which diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. We draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we can, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility. As we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission to a close, we reflect on the
So I promise to be back after 1 hour. I am there as promised so that we can continue with our agenda. Following the list of intergovernmental and international organizations. I want to call now FIDH, International Federation for Human Rights, Mr. Mabasa Fall. Mabasa Fall is not there. Amnesty International, Jafet Biegon. Amnesty? 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 OHCHR and HRC. Suleiman Ehsan Mahamat, Commissioner and Defender. OHCHR. Reporters sans frontières, RSF. Jeanne Lagarde, Head of Advocacy for Sub-Saharan Africa. Reporters sans frontières. Il n'est pas là non plus. Je vais passer à Statement by National Human Rights Institutions, NHRIs. Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de la Mauritanie. CNDH Mauritanie, vous êtes là? Je vois NHRI là-bas. Mauritanie, ils ne sont pas là? Mauritanie, ils ne sont pas là. OK. Nous allons continuer. Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de la République démocratique du Congo. Monsieur Paul Sapoumokoulou, président.
Merci.
Observe status number 16. Vous avez 7 minutes, Monsieur le Président. 7 minutes.
Merci. Je vous en donnerai même 3 de moins. Monsieur le Président, merci. La Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de la République démocratique du Congo, CNDH-RDC en sigle, salue ce jour la tenue de la 83e session de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples qui vient d'être ouverte ce matin. Cette session tombe à un moment difficile où la situation dans l'est de la République démocratique du Congo se détériore à cause et à la suite des agressions répétitives des forces de défense du Rwanda et leurs supplétifs du M23 et AFC, entraînant ainsi les massacres des populations civiles, les enrôlements forcés des enfants depuis 3 décennies, avec des statistiques effarantes des morts, des déplacés internes et près de 7 millions d'exilés, ce qui impacte négativement et déstabilise sérieusement l'Est de la République démocratique du Congo et partant la région de Grand Lac. La CNDH-RDC salue la signature de la déclaration des principes entre la République démocratique du Congo et le Rwanda, intervenue le 25 avril 2025 à Washington, D.C. Cette signature traduit une volonté de consolider les avancées obtenues grâce aux efforts antérieurs et d'ouvrir la voie à un renforcement de la coopération. Elle constitue une étape importante en faveur de la paix, de la stabilité et du développement durable dans l'Est de la RDC et dans l'ensemble de la région. La CNDH-RDC exhorte les 2 pays à poursuivre leurs efforts sur cette voie constructive et à travailler pour la mise en œuvre rapide de bonne foi de l'ensemble des engagements pris. Monsieur le Président, la CNDH a reçu des informations concernant des arrestations, des détentions arbitraires et des enlèvements, des traitements inhumains et dégradants, des disparitions forcées des jeunes Congolais, des défenseurs des droits de l'homme et des journalistes fuyant la violence vers les pays voisins. Nonobstant le contenu de la déclaration précitée, la lutte contre l'impunité doit demeurer notre cheval de bataille à titre de prévention de la désacralisation de la vie humaine. Nous sollicitons ainsi de la Commission africaine une implication significative, pratique et efficiente, des appuis diplomatiques importants, afin que des sanctions individuelles et ciblées soient prises à l'encontre de tous les auteurs de graves violations des droits de l'homme et des crimes commis dans la partie Est de la RDC pour que justice soit faite. La CNDH-RDC a reçu aussi des informations que les défenseurs des droits de l'homme et journalistes blacklistés par les occupants actuels des villes de Goma et Bukavu, craignant pour leur sécurité, continuent de vivre cachés et coupés de l'extérieur. Eh bien, la CNDH-RDC demande à la Commission d'adopter une résolution urgente pour 1. Encourager la Commission de déployer une mission d'enquête sur les crimes commis dans la partie Est de la RDC. 2. Appeler les autorités congolaises à mener des enquêtes et des poursuites indépendamment des autres forces sur place et des enquêtes qui soient impartiales sur le cas des violations des droits humains. 3. Appeler toutes les parties au conflit à coopérer avec les mécanismes d'enquête et de poursuite existants. Et enfin, 4. Soutenir la mise en place et le fonctionnement des mécanismes d'assistance et de protection des défenseurs de droits humains dans les zones sous le contrôle du Rwanda et ses supplétifs du M23 et AFC. C'est donc, Monsieur le Président, c'est maintenant ou jamais qu'il faut agir et conjurer pareille horreur qui dégrade ainsi notre humanité à tous. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'appelle Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, Fungai Majome, Chairperson. Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission. Ils sont pas là.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
You are there? Zimbabwe?
Zimbabwe, yes, Zimbabwe Human Rights
Yes,
Commission.
you have 7 minutes, please.
I beg your pardon, Chairperson?
7 minutes.
7 minutes, I think.
7 or 5? 5 minutes.
To the Honorable Representative.
5 minutes.
All right, of the Gambia. To you, the Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Remy Lumbu, Commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Your Excellencies, diplomats, state delegates, participants, invited guests. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for allowing the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission an opportunity to speak on the human rights situation in Zimbabwe. This statement highlights some of the issues that the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission considers key as far as the enjoyment of human rights in Zimbabwe, and therefore indeed Africa is concerned. The ZHRC, as we call the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, takes this opportunity to commend the government of Zimbabwe for ratifying the protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Africa in 2024, We also take note of the efforts by the state to submit overdue state party reports, which include that to this very august Commission on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and also the Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa that is being considered in this session. The Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission continues to encourage the government to keep this momentum, which is unprecedented and which we are sure that it will continue in complying with its reporting obligations, especially of our own African framework. The ZHRC also applauds the government of Zimbabwe for the following progressive items of legislation, as well as key developments that promote the enjoyment of rights and administrative justice in Zimbabwe. The first one is that, Mr. Chairman, that your esteemed self commended Zimbabwe in the opening ceremony, that of the auspicious and the historic enactment of the Death Penalty Abolition Act, Chapter 926. This is a significant step in upholding the sanctity of life, and in our view at the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, it takes Zimbabwe closer to its authentic cultural selves, because indeed the death penalty was an importation from colonization, and the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission is proud of this development and hopes that others follow suit. Secondly, the enactment of the Criminal Law Code and that is in the Criminal Procedure and Evidence Act, which aligns the age of sexual consent to 18 years, which is the age of majority, as well as also the devolution, the national devolution and decentralization agenda that are bringing public services closer to the people of Zimbabwe, as well as increased funding and development of key infrastructure, including roads, dams, and irrigation facilities. On the other hand, the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission notes with concern the following setbacks, which it has no doubt can be surmounted given the commitment that has been shown in the positive developments. Firstly, a massive brain drain of professionals across all sectors that is negatively affecting public service delivery. Secondly, the deteriorating quality of public services, particularly in education and health, and also constrained operating budgets in schools and in hospitals. Thirdly, the shrinking civic space that involves the arrests and detention of journalists and other human rights defenders, as well as the regrettable prolonged pre-trial detention periods that people who are arrested for politically sensitive issues are subjected to in violation of the absolute right to a fair trial and the right to bail in the Constitution. And also the provisions of the recently enacted Private Voluntary Organizations Act, Chapter 1705, which has the further effect of unnecessarily and avoidably shrinking civic space, as well as the challenges relating to the conditions under which persons are detained, such as dilapidated infrastructure and insufficient diet, food provisions, and a shortage of basic sanitation and healthcare services. But we also commend the Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services for its very strident efforts to ensure that the dignity of arrested persons is upheld even in such conditions, and as well as the proposed broadcasting services law, which will have the effect of violating the human rights, including of the media. Mr. Chairman, I want to end by continuing that the Zimbabwe government continues on its upward path of improving labor rights, as well as increasing funding to key sectors such as prisons, as well as also continuing to cooperate with the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission in training. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank, in conclusion, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, as well as the government of Zimbabwe, an opportunity to share this statement in the furtherance of human rights on our continent. And we're looking forward to greater celebration of the Day of Human Rights in Africa, so that it resonates equally with the International Day. I thank you.
Nous demanderons aux autres qui vont suivre de bien vouloir respecter le timing parce qu'on court après le temps. Chaque minute égrenée empiète sur les droits des autres. CNIDH, merci à la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme du Zimbabwe. CNIDH du Burundi, Sixte Vini Nimuraba, président Sixte Vini. Président Sixte Vini n'est pas là. Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, Albab Tesfaye Ayaleo, directeur. J'ai vu Albab.
Thank you, Chairperson.
5 minutes.
Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Commissioner Remy Goimbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission is pleased to present this statement on the human rights situation in Ethiopia in the last 6 months, highlighting positive developments, challenges, and recommendations. Honorable Chairperson, you noted the contribution of the African Commission to the development of transitional justice in Ethiopia. As a positive development, 4 new legislations have been drafted, operationalizing the process. These include laws establishing a Special Prosecution's Office, a Truth Commission, Vetting Commission, and the International Crimes Court. The EHRC supported a strategy to enhance the participation of victims in the transitional justice process initiated by the Ministry of Justice. The National Dialogue Commission carried out agenda collection session in 5 regions, including conflict-affected areas such as Amhara region. A peace deal in Oromia resulted in release of detainees. Amhara region adopted a new law granting judges immunity from detention and prosecutions. EHRC provided comments on draft law on the rights of persons, on the rights of older persons. Refugees and internally displaced persons have been included in the national ID registration process. As part of the National Plan on Business and Human Rights, a national baseline assessment was conducted. New laws have been adopted in the areas of education and health. Honorable Chairperson, there are also challenges in the implementation of human rights in Ethiopia. The legislature amended the media law, limiting some of the reforms that were introduced in 2021. Honorable Chairperson, as you noted in your statement this morning, 4 civil society organizations were suspended in December 2024. Following the EHRC advocacy, the suspension was lifted in February 2025. The state of emergency in Amhara has ended, but arbitrary detention continued. Detention facilities are overcrowded, poorly lit, and lack clean facilities. There are no facilities for children in conflict with the law. One-stop centers designed to support survivors of sexual and gender violence remain largely inaccessible and are often not fully operational. There is limited access to asylum registration. Lack of effective measures to prevent conflicts and the increasing incidence of natural disaster has driven internal displacement. Rising prices of basic commodities and the conflict in some places have impeded the realization of the right to education, work, food, and health. More than 7 million students are out of school. Honorable Chairperson, in view of these concerns, EHRC presents the following recommendations. The Ethiopian government should, 1, end the hostilities and criminalize enforced disappearance. Ensure that all national legislation, such as the media law, comply with international human rights law. 3, create conducive environment for the operation of media, civil society organization, and human rights defender. 4. Improve conditions of detention. 5. Ensure that one-stop center for survivors of sexual and gender-based violence are accessible and fully operational. 6. Increase efforts to construct schools and health facilities in conflict-affected areas. Ensure that the implementation of urban development projects complies with human rights law. Finally, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission recommends the African Commission to support the government of Ethiopia in the implementation of human rights. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup. Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. J'appelle maintenant le Conseil national des droits de l'homme, Algérie, CNDH, Algérie, 5 minutes. Ils ne sont pas là. La Commission béninoise des droits de l'homme, Prince Akbodjan, Jean-Paul Serge. La Commission béninoise des droits de l'homme. Ils ne sont pas là? Independent National Commission on Human Rights of Liberia. Urias T. Pou.
You have the floor.
Liberia.
Liberia? Are you here?
Ils ne sont pas là.
Not here either.
South Africa Human Rights Commission.
Human Rights
Chris
Commission.
Nissen, Chairperson.
Chris Nissen, are you here?
South Africa Human Rights Commission.
South African Human Rights Commission, are you here?
National Commission for Human Rights, Rwanda.
The National Commission for Human Rights, Rwanda.
Mademoiselle Providence Umurungi.
Providence Murungi.
Madame Providence Umurungi.
Providence Murungi.
CNDH Rwanda.
The Human Rights Commission of Rwanda.
Cameroon Human Rights Commission, Dr. Galega Gana Raphael, le Vice Chairperson.
Vice Chairperson.
Cameroun, Rwanda, ne sont pas là. National Human Rights Commission de Gambia.
Are you here?
Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de la Gambie.
National Human Rights Commission of Gambia, are you present?
Et au moins, on ne va pas dire qu'ils ne sont pas arrivés, ils sont chez eux.
They should be around. They are at home.
Vous êtes là?
Are you present?
Gambie?
Gambia? The Gambia?
Gambie
Gambia
n'est pas là.
isn't here either.
On va passer à la liste des NGOs.
Move on to NGOs.
Les ONG se préparent.
NGOs should get ready.
Les ONG se préparent.
NGOs should get set.
Consortium of Ethiopian Human Rights Organization. Messoud Reta,
Are you here?
Executive Director.
Yes, Your Honor.
Director?
5 minutes,
Yes,
sir.
I'm here.
5 minutes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Commissioners. All protocols observed. I am presenting on behalf of the Consortium of Ethiopian Human Rights Organizations on the situation of civic space in Ethiopia. I also appreciate the presentation from the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, which highlighted the challenges in terms of the overall civic space situation in the country. The Consortium of Ethiopian Human Rights Organizations is a network of 32 local CSOs working on human rights, democracy, and peace building. And we had been engaging the Commission since 2019 and trying to bring on board key concerns in terms of the civic space situation in the country. As mentioned, the 2019 civil society law has made a very progress in terms of creating an enabling environment for the operation of civil society organizations in the country. However, the conflict and the war in the north and even the current ongoing conflicts in Amhara, Oromia, Benishangul and other parts of the country has very much restricted the operation of civil society organizations. And in terms of policy level engagement for civil society organizations, we have been engaging in the formulation of the TJ policy, the Business and Human Rights National Action Plan, which is a very commendable step taken by the government. However, the operationalization of the policy and also the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights has taken almost 1 year, and which we believe is not taking the pace it is supposed to be. So our recommendation for the government of Ethiopia is to take steps to ensure inclusive, regular dialogue with civil society organizations, including regional level civil society organizations that operate at the local level, as the civic space happens to be very much volatile, and the suspension has really created a very challenging situation for all the civil societies operating in the country. On the other hand, the frequent internet shutdown following the conflict states of emergency declaration has also made the penetration very limited, and that this is also a very important human right. It also affects the economy of the country, not only freedom of information, access to information, but also it affects the economic growth of the country. So we recommend the government of Ethiopia to refrain from internet shutdowns and adopting right-based data and access policies. The Commission also should continue to monitor the situations, especially the country commissioner on Ethiopia. We recommend to have continuous dialogue and engagement with civil societies operating in Ethiopia. We have a very valuable conversation with the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information. We appreciate that. And we also encourage other commissioners, thematic commissioners, to have engagement with civil society organizations. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Forum for Development and Human Rights Dialogue. Saïd Darwish. Saïd Darwish. Southern Africa Litigation Center. Melusi Simelane. Melusi Simelane. Africa Center for Democracy and
Thank you, Chair.
There is a podium for NGOs there. There is no mic.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And Honorable Commissioners, my name is Milano with the Southern Africa Litigation Center. We meet at a time when democratic principles and the human rights in Africa are under growing threat. Indeed, from historical atrocities like slavery, colonization, and apartheid, but equally from deepening authoritarianization, internal conflicts, and environmental crises. While there have been gains in constitutionalism and civic participation, agent challenges are persisting. Concern and outrage alone are not enough. They will not stop the violence in Sudan. They will not silence the guns in DRC. They will not set journalists and political activists free in Zimbabwe, Eswatini, or Tanzania. We are alarmed by the growing assault on press freedom, where journalists are facing arbitrary detention, surveillance, and violence. Legislation is increasingly being weaponized to silence dissent, weakening the media's vital role in democracy. We also note, Chairperson, with great concern, the targeting of political activists, human rights defenders, climate activists, often by actors aligned with governments and industry. Industrial development cannot come at the cost of basic freedoms. Communities must have access to information, especially around large-scale projects like the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. We urge the Commission to reaffirm the importance of free press and call on member states to align national laws with the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information. Chairperson, marginalized communities like persons with disabilities, LGBTQ+, migrants, refugees, indigenous communities, informal traders, people living in poverty face systemic discrimination and barriers to justice. criminalization, stigma, institutional bias, all work to exclude rather than protect. We call on states present here today to adopt the rights-based social protection policy that repeals punitive laws that criminalize identity, poverty, and status. As you highlighted in your opening, Chairperson, the humanitarian crisis in the DRC remains dire. Civilization continues to suffer under armed groups' violence, with widespread reports of sexual and gender-based violence, forced displacement, and unlawful killings. Impunity is fueling the ongoing crisis. Similarly, in Sudan, fighting between rival military factions has devastated civilian life. We call for an immediate and unhindered humanitarian access. We urge this Commission to reinforce calls for strong international, regional, and domestic accountability mechanisms and advocate for civilian protection and cessation of all hostilities. Justice must not be delayed. Perpetrators must be held accountable. And thank you again, Chairperson, for speaking on the issue of detention centers and prisons across our continent, Africa. The conditions are dire in our prisons. Overcrowding, lack of health care, ill treatment is widespread, particularly for pretrial detainees and marginalized groups. The Southern Africa Litigation Center, working with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, are working on developing a model law on independent oversight of prisons. And we call on states to adopt national preventative frameworks and reform that are aligned both to the Mandela rules and the Robben Island guidelines in ensuring prisoners' rights. Lastly, Chairperson, the climate catastrophe is no longer a future threat. It is a present-day disaster. Across our beautiful continent, we are seeing droughts, we are seeing cyclones that have already displaced millions of communities and ravaged livelihoods. We urge this Commission to urgently incorporate climate justice into its work, safeguarding the rights of vulnerable communities, ensuring that states fulfill their obligations under this African Charter and the Paris Principles. Chairpersons and Commissioners, this is not a time for symbolic gestures. The African Commission must not only represent the ideals of freedom and justice, but must also deliver on them. The Southern Africa Litigation Center stands in solidarity with all present today in defending the rights across Africa. We remain committed to our partnerships and advocacy in pursuit of the rights guaranteed under the African Charter. Together, let us all move from concern to action. Let us all make human rights a lived reality for all. Thank you.
There also. The mic. Thank you. Africa Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies. Mulai Lassen Naji. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I will be switching to Arabic language. السيد رئيس اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، السيدات والسادة المفوضون، السيدات والسادة المندوبون المحترمون، السيدات والسادة ممثلي المجتمع المدني، يشرفني أن ألقي هذا البيان المشترك باسم المركز الإفريقي للديمقراطية ودراسة حقوق الإنسان وشبكة الهيئة المستقلة لحقوق الإنسان في شمال إفريقيا، بعد أكثر من 20 عاما على اعتماد وإعلان برنامج عمل دوربن. لا تزال مبادئه بعيدة المنال، فالعنصرية والتمييز العنصري وكراهية الأجانب وعدم التسامح ليست مجرد ممارسات فردية، بل باتت أنساقا بنيوية راسخة تعيد إنتاج الظلم وتقصي فئات واسعة من حقوقها الأساسية وتعرضها لعنف ممنهج وصامت. سيد الرئيس،
نعرب عن قلقنا العميق إزاء تصاعد الانتهاكات التي يتعرض لها الأشخاص المنحدرين من أصل إفريقي والمهاجرين من جنوب إفريقيا من جنوب الصحراء في إفريقيا في شمال إفريقيا. إن الاعتقال التعسفي والعنف الموجه وخطاب الكراهية والتنميط العنصري والترحيل القسري والحرمان من الإنصاف والعدالة ليست مجرد أحداث معزولة، بل دلائل على أزمة بنيوية تستوجب تدخلا شاملا وممنهجا. نحن بحاجة إلى عدالة انتقالية من نوع خاص، عدالة تعترف بأن ضحايا العنصرية هم ضحايا لتمييز مزمن ومتراكم يتطلب من الدول ليس فقط الإقرار بل اتخاذ تدابير شجاعة للإصلاح والمساءلة وجبر الضرر. وفي هذا الإطار نوجه الدعوة إلى اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب لاتخاذ ما يليه: أولاً، إطلاق تحقيق موضوعي وموثوق بشأن الانتهاكات المرتكبة بحق المهاجرين والأقليات العرقية في شمال إفريقيا، يركز على تحليل أنماط التمييز البنيوي والممارسة الرسمية وغير الرسمية التي تكرس العنصرية. ثانياً، تطوير تعليق عام ملزم حول حقوق المهاجرين والمحذرين من أصل إفريقي يرسخ التزامات الدول بضمان الحماية الفعلية ضد الإقصاء والعنف بما يتماشى مع الميثاق الإفريقي والمعايير الدولية. ثالثاً، تعزيز القدرات المؤسساتية والقانونية من خلال ورشات تكوينية وبرامج تفاعلية تستهدف المسؤولين وأجهزة إنفاذ القانون والمؤسسات الوطنية لضمان فهم عميق ومتجدد لأبعاد تمييز وآلية تفكيكه. رابعاً، دعم المجتمع المدني عبر تخصيص موارد لدعم التوثيق المستقل للانتهاكات وتمكين الضحايا من الوصول إلى العدالة وتعميم التربية على حقوق الإنسان والتعددية الثقافية. خامساً، الدعوة إلى استراتيجية إفريقية شاملة لمناهضة كراهية الأجانب والتنميط العنصري تتضمن آليات للرصد والمؤاسلة وإجراءات لجبر الضرر الفردي والجماعي وضمانات عدم التكرار. سيدي الرئيس، في العدالة الانتقالية لا تكتمل الحقيقة بدون المساءلة، ولا تكتمل المساءلة بدون جبر ضرر فعال. إن جبر الضرر لا يعني فقط التعويضات المالية، بل يشمل أيضا إصلاح المؤسسات ورد الاعتبار والاعتراف الرمزي وضمان مشاركة الضحايا في صياغة الحلول. ندعو الدول إلى تبني خطط وطنية واضحة وممولة لجبر الضرر تشمل إصلاحات السياسات الأمنية وضمان المساواة في فرص العمل والسكن ومحاربة التنميط العنصري في الإعلام والتعليم. إجراء مراجعة وطنية شاملة للتشريعات لضمان ملائمتها مع المعايير الإقليمية والدولية لمناهضة العنصرية والتمييز. إنشاء آليات وطنية مستقلة للشكاوى والإنصاف تمكن الضحايا من التبليغ عن الانتهاكات دون خوف. السيد الرئيس، نطمح إلى قارة تصان فيها الكرامة الإنسانية لكل فرد دون تمييز بسبب اللون أو الأصل أو الوضع القانوني، قارة تحول المبادئ إلى سياسات والالتزامات إلى ممارسات والعدالة إلى واقع معاش. دعونا لا نكتفي بإحياء ذكرى دربن، بل لنعمل على ترجمة روحه إلى التزامات مسؤولة وسياسات عادلة، فبغير ذلك تبقى الأقوال دون أفعال وتبقى الحقوق حبرا على ورق. شكرا جزيلا.
Merci beaucoup, Nadji, pour cet excellent discours. Rapprochez-vous du commissaire Derso pour cette question de justice transitionnelle pour les migrants. Merci. Rapprochez-vous du commissaire Derso pour cette question de justice transitionnelle pour les migrants. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, Blessing Nyamaropa, Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner.
5 minutes, sir.
Indeed. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, State Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights presents this statement during the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The human rights situation in Zimbabwe has not improved since the last public session of the Commission. There is heightened political tension, decline in social services, and prolonged economic challenges. Acts of impunity by state security agents are of concern. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights has represented several victims of excessive use of force by state security agents. Despite these concerns, in most cases, the perpetrators are often not subjected to internal disciplinary processes or criminal prosecution. Furthermore, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights continues to express its concern over the violation of the right to an effective remedy for victims of impunity by the state. Several court orders and judgments secured by victims of rights of violations remain unsatisfied. The insulation of state property against judicial attachment and execution continues to act as a barrier against the right to an effective remedy. The operating environment for CSOs is severely restricted. On 11 April 2025, the President of Zimbabwe signed the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act into law. The Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act severely restricts the civic space and the operations of civic society organizations. The government ignored numerous recommendations made by the United Nations Special Procedures in various communications. Further, the treaty-based United Nations Human Rights Committee also expressed concerns on the provisions of the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act that are not in line with Zimbabwe's international treaty obligations. The general economic outlook for Zimbabwe is gloom and is characterized by high taxes, declining economy, and declining employment opportunities. Social services have been inevitably affected by the worsening economic situation. The right to have access to basic health care faces significant challenges. The withdrawal of development aid has threatened critical public health programs in Zimbabwe. Affected programs include the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, which has been critical in providing life-saving HIV and AIDS medication to Zimbabwean citizens. Without drastic measures, the fate of citizens who relied on international development aid for the health sector is dire. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights furthermore calls for more transparency and accountability in the use of funds that have been raised through sugar tax for purposes of acquiring life-saving cancer treatment equipment. The scourge of development-induced displacement of rural communities is a matter of concern. Whilst development projects may bring benefits, these should be balanced with the need to respect environmental and other rights. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights has noted that several development projects are being carried out without complying with environmental standards. In some cases, mining projects are conducted without environmental impact assessment certificates. We are further concerned that the environmental legal framework for monitoring and enforcement of environmental standards is insufficient to deter potential violators of environmental rights. Furthermore, some of the development projects have led to forced displacement of communities without adequate compensation. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights has also noted massive land and environmental degradation, which is associated with the developmental activities, particularly unregulated mining activities, risking the health of surrounding communities and contributing to the production of greenhouse emissions. Therefore, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights urges the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to call upon the government of Zimbabwe to enact legislation to criminalize acts of torture, repeal the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act, provide sufficient financial and other resources for the provision of health care and social services, and finally, to strengthen the legal and institutional framework for the protection of environmental rights. We thank you.
Merci beaucoup. International Commission of Jurists, Pauline Baran.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Dear Honourable Commissioners and Honourable Chair, across Africa, judicial independence and a free legal profession, as the Charter and the Commission's guidelines on the right to a fair trial and legal assistance in Africa guarantees, are under attack. The International Commission of Jurists is profoundly concerned at attacks on the independence of judges and lawyers who find themselves under immense state pressure to deviate from their professional obligations or else face arbitrary dismissal, prosecution, and detention, with serious consequences on the rule of law and individuals' fair trial rights. For example, in Tunisia last month, the stark reality of the state's dismantling of judicial independence since 2022 was made plain. On 19th of April, following a mass trial marred by fair trial rights violations, 37 public and political figures, including one of the defense lawyers in the case, were convicted and received harsh prison sentences, raising serious concerns about the political motivations behind the trial, as the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights highlighted. In the immediate aftermath of the verdict, another defense lawyer in the case was detained and currently faces prosecution. In Eswatini too, lawyers face daunting obstacles in operating independently amid serious and ongoing threats to their lives, intimidation, harassment, and surveillance, as the extrajudicial killing of prominent human rights lawyer Thulani Maziko in January 2023 graphically illustrated. Barriers to lawyers' independent work, coupled with the authorities' failure to secure judicial independence, have led to serious challenges for the fair administration of justice in Eswatini. In Egypt also, the executive continues to subordinate the judiciary to its political will, making it a tool in the perpetration with impunity of enforced disappearances, torture, and arbitrary pretrial detention against political opponents, journalists, and human rights defenders. Furthermore, Egypt's new criminal procedure code has entrenched prosecutors' powers to decide over the admission of evidence at trial, the extension of pretrial detention, and the exclusion of defense lawyers from interrogations, thereby potentially seriously undermining defendants' fair trial rights. Given the profoundly detrimental consequences of the general erosion of judicial independence and of the legal profession's independence across the continent, the ICJ calls upon the Commission to establish a special rapporteur on the independence of judges and lawyers, mandated to monitor attacks on the independence of judges, lawyers, and prosecutors, and to work with states parties as they take steps towards the fulfillment of their obligations under the Charter in this regard. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. International Federation of Human Lawyers, FIDA. Alimatou Sissé. N'est pas là? Alimatou? 5 minutes. Alimatou?
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners and distinguished delegates, I bring greetings on behalf of the International Federation of Women Lawyers and the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated on Work and Descent, representing millions of Africans whose lives have been shaped by a history of marginalization rooted in ancestral occupation, descent, and caste-based systems of exclusion. We commend the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for its unwavering commitment to justice and dignity for all, and for providing this vital platform to bring forward voices from the margins. Today, we speak in pursuit of justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. We emphasize that true reparative justice must include those who remain largely invisible in our institutions and frameworks. Communities discriminated on work and descent. These communities, found across many African countries, continue to face systematic discrimination, exclusion from land and resources, social segregation, denial of justice, and economic disenfranchisement. This form of oppression, based on inherited status and descent shares, roots with the legacies of slavery and colonial domination, and is sustained by silence and neglect in policy making and national law. We upload the adoption of Resolution 619 at the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission, a historic recognition of the discrimination and human rights violations faced by CDWD in Africa. This resolution stands as a milestone for communities that have long been denied formal acknowledgement on their struggles. However, recognition is only the first step. We now call for the full and immediate operationalization of Resolution 619. Specifically, we urge the African Commission to develop and disseminate clear guidelines and mechanisms for the implementation of Resolution 619 by member states. Support national governments to review existing laws, policies, and institutional practices in order to identify and eliminate caste and descent-based discrimination. Facilitate the inclusion of CDWD in national reparation programs, truth-telling initiatives, and social norms and economic empowerment schemes, particularly in the context of slavery, discrimination, and exclusion. Promote awareness-raising campaigns and institutional reforms that challenge harmful customary and social norms perpetuating exclusion of CDWD. Encourage data collection and disaggregation to make CDWD communities visible in development justice and human rights reporting across the continent. Establish a dedicated focal point on working group within the Commission to follow up on the implementation of Resolution 619 and monitor the human rights situation of the CDWD. Establish a dedicated focal point or working group within the Commission to follow up on the implementation of Resolution 619 and monitor the human rights situation of the CDWD. Furthermore, we emphasize that reparations for Africans and people of African descent must be inclusive of the historical and continuing injustices suffered by the CDWD. Reparations must not be confined to symbolic gestures. They must include restitution of land and traditional livelihoods, targeted investment in education, healthcare, and housing, legal reforms to guarantee non-discrimination, public acknowledgement of historical wrongs, and institutional mechanisms to ensure accountability and redress. Chairperson, as the African Commission advances its drive for reparative justice, it's imperative that CDWD are not left behind. We call on this Commission to continue placing the voices of the most marginalized at the center of human rights and across the continent. Let justice move from words to action. Let recognition turn into restoration. Let the margins become the mainstream. Thank you.
Merci. J'ai appelé International Service for Human Rights.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, chers délégués, chers collègues de la société civile, mesdames et messieurs, en République démocratique du Congo, la situation sécuritaire demeure des plus dramatiques depuis le début du conflit armé dans l'est du pays en janvier de cette année, suite à l'offensive du M23 dans les provinces d'Ituri, du Nord Kivu et du Sud Kivu. Les atrocités se poursuivent. La situation des défenseurs des droits humains dans l'est de la RDC est par conséquent préoccupante, ceux-ci étant souvent pris pour cible par les différents belligérants, et notamment les femmes défenseurs des droits humains. La violence sexuelle est basée sur le genre, quant à elle, reste également largement répandue. Par ailleurs, Monsieur le Président, le ministre de la Justice de la RDC a récemment suspendu en juin 2024 la délivrance de l'accusé de réception F92 qui jusqu'alors permettait à plusieurs organisations de la société civile de mener leurs activités en attendant que la personnalité juridique leur soit accordée. L'annulation, Monsieur le Président, de la délivrance de cet accusé de réception restreint les possibilités pour la société civile de travailler en toute légalité dans l'attente de l'octroi de la personnalité juridique. Il est important de le rétablir. Nous appelons donc le gouvernement congolais à continuer de collaborer avec les mécanismes internationaux et à soutenir la mise en œuvre pleine et entière de la résolution du Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies numéro S3701, notamment mettre fin immédiatement aux hostilités dans l'est de la RDC et soutenir les mécanismes d'enquête ainsi créés pour faire la lumière sur les atrocités commises. Il est également important que le gouvernement congolais mette en œuvre les droits garantis par la loi numéro 23027 du 15 juin 2023, relative à la protection et à la responsabilité du défenseur des droits de l'homme, laquelle oblige l'État à assurer la sécurité des défenseurs sur la totalité du territoire national, y compris les provinces touchées par le conflit armé. De plus, il est essentiel, Monsieur le Président, de mettre sur pied un mécanisme national de protection des défenseurs des droits humains afin de veiller à l'application de la dite loi. En Zambie, la société civile poursuit elle aussi le plaidoyer pour l'adoption d'une loi sur la protection des défenseurs des droits humains. En effet, l'adoption d'une telle loi assurerait le respect des droits des défenseurs, la reconnaissance de leurs contributions à la société et la protection contre toute représaille pour leur travail de défense et de promotion des droits humains. À cet effet, une consultation a récemment été organisée à Lusaka avec la société civile zambienne, du 9 au 10 avril, à l'occasion de laquelle le gouvernement a manifesté son intérêt pour le processus en assistant aux activités, ce que nous saluons. Une telle action nationale, Monsieur le Président, à l'heure où les défenseurs des droits humains sont menacés sur le continent, est on ne peut plus importante. Nous appelons donc les autorités zambiennes à continuer de soutenir et à accélérer le processus d'adoption d'une loi sur les défenseurs en veillant à ce que celui-ci soit par la société civile et pour la société civile. Concernant la question des réparations, Monsieur le Président, les siècles d'injustice raciale, d'esclavagisme, de racisme, de colonialisme et de néocolonialisme contre les Africains et les personnes afrodescendantes doivent être réparés. Et cela commence par une reconnaissance et une adhésion sans équivoque à la déclaration et au programme d'action de Durban. En effet, la déclaration et le programme d'action tracent une voie vers la justice réparatrice et transformatrice, ainsi que l'élimination des violations graves des droits humains que continuent de subir les Africains et les personnes afrodescendantes. Cela passe également par des réparations, ainsi que des réformes structurelles garantissant la participation politique des Africains et des personnes afrodescendantes dans le monde entier. Un exemple emblématique de réparation serait évidemment la reconnaissance et l'indemnisation des violations infligées à Haïti et à son peuple qui continuent de subir les conséquences politiques, économiques et sociales de l'esclavagisme, du colonialisme et du néocolonialisme. Nous appelons donc les États, Monsieur le Président, à redoubler d'efforts pour soutenir la mise en œuvre de la résolution sur le programme des réparations en Afrique et les droits de l'homme des Africains de la diaspora et des personnes africaines dans le monde, adoptée par la Commission africaine. La proclamation d'Accra sur les réparations et les recommandations formulées par les différents mécanismes des Nations Unies. Le racisme systémique doit cesser, Monsieur le Président, c'est pourquoi nous appelons les États africains à envisager des approches multiples de la société civile en matière de réparation pour les Africains et les personnes afrodescendantes, notamment la participation de la diaspora africaine aux travaux de tous les mécanismes de l'Union africaine. Enfin, Monsieur le Président, le Service international pour les droits de l'homme se joint à la coalition Environmental Rights Africa pour appeler la Commission à travailler en collaboration avec les défenseurs à la rédaction et à l'adoption d'un accord régional pour la protection de l'environnement et des droits humains, et plus particulièrement des défenseurs de l'environnement. Cet instrument jouerait un rôle central dans la protection des défenseurs des droits environnementaux et garantirait le maintien des efforts visant à atténuer et à combattre le changement climatique. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Center for Reproductive Rights, Suzanne Jean Kemunto Uko. Five minutes.
Kindly switch on your microphone, madam. Kindly switch on your microphone. Your microphone is not on. The speaker's microphone is not on.
The Center for Reproductive Rights appreciates this opportunity to highlight the lived experiences of women and girls across Africa in relation to their sexual and reproductive health and rights, specifically in the scope of maternal health care. We commend the Commission for its continued leadership in safeguarding these rights and for convening this important session. Regional and international frameworks affirm that safe pregnancy and childbirth are essential to women's dignity and rights, Governments are obligated to provide adequate reproductive and maternal health care. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights, specifically Article 14.2 of the Maputo Protocol, expressly affirms women's rights to adequate, affordable, and accessible health care. And sub-Article 14 further mandates state parties to establish and strengthen maternal health services for women. Despite these commitments, many women across Africa continue to face violations of their rights during pregnancy and childbirth. Mistreatment in maternity care, commonly referred to as obstetric violence, remains widespread. This includes verbal abuse, physical assault, denial of care, and non-consensual medical procedures, abandonment during labor and detention of mothers and their newborns for failure to pay medical bills. OBV is one of the most severe and preventable barriers to maternal health care in Africa. The violence is not merely as a result of individual misconduct. It is deeply rooted in systematic failures, under-resourced health systems, discriminatory practices, lack of accountability, and insufficient legal protections have created an environment where women and girls are mistreated and in far too many cases suffer preventable deaths. In March 2025, a 14-year-old girl from Kenya, Kajiado, endured a harrowing 40-kilometer journey just to give birth. What should have been a moment of joy was instead marked by distress as she was detained at the hospital because her family could not pay for the medical bill. In attempt to secure her release, a neighbor offered his title deed as collateral, putting his property at risk and the already struggling family into overwhelming debt. This girl's experience is not unique. Her story reflects the reality of many women and girls across the continent, even in countries with constitutional and legal frameworks that recognize and protect human rights. It is the story of many women and girls, including Uganda, Tanzania, where the center and partners are documenting similar violations. OBV harms marginalized women, including those in rural areas with low incomes, disabilities, those who are young, and causing serious physical and psychological harm, and discourages access to skilled maternal care and driving high maternal mortality and illness. As the Center for Reproductive Rights, we acknowledge and commend the Commission for its resolution on the need to develop guidelines on the elimination of the obstetric violence and the promotion of maternal health care, which was adopted during its 82nd private session. The Center is ready and willing to support the Commission in developing these guidelines. We urge the Commission to also call on state parties, civil society, and other stakeholders to collaborate by contributing in the development of the guidelines on the elimination of obstetric violence and promotion of maternal health care in Africa. Thank you.
Merci. Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa, SIA Network. Ramatulai. On m'a dit que c'est pour demain. Ramatulai will speak tomorrow. Abiola. Okay. Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, Kenya. Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, Kenya. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Honorable Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, and distinguished members of the Commission. My name is Leticia Mwavishi, representing the Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA Kenya. I speak on behalf of Awesome Consortium, comprising FIDA Kenya, Forum for Women in Democracy for Ward Uganda, Women Challenge to Challenge WCC Kenya, PK Women in Development Association, Ethiopian Women with Disabilities National Association, and Womankind Worldwide. We affirm our commitment to advancing human rights and inclusive justice for women and girls across Africa, including women and girls with disabilities. While we recognize progress made made in advancing women and girls' rights in Africa, we are deeply concerned by ongoing violations of the rights of diverse women and girls, particularly in Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia. This joint statement seeks to highlight key issues on the status of ending gender-based violence, the status on the protection and promotion of the rights of women with disability, and the equal participation of women in leadership. On gender-based violence, we commend the adoption of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. However, GBV remains widespread worsened by conflict and harmful cultural practices. In Ethiopia, reports of sexual violence in conflict zones are alarming, while in Kenya and Uganda, cases on gender-based violence.
Can you read slowly, please?
Sorry. In Ethiopia, reports of sexual violence in conflict zones are alarming, while in Kenya and Uganda, cases of gender-based violence, including femicide cases, are on the rise, and an inclination of continued violation on the rights of women and girls. We urge member states to ratify and adopt the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, strengthen their response and preventive measures to adopt a gender-responsive repatriation framework for victims of GBV, enforce existing laws, and prioritize victims' dignity and justice. On the rights of women with disabilities, in a report collaboratively authored by a task force comprising disabled women in Africa, Humanity and Inclusion, it indicates that women and girls with disability continue to face discrimination in critical areas of economic empowerment, violence against women with disabilities, meaningful participation in law and policy making that may affect them, power and decision-making sectors. We call on the Republic of Ethiopia and member states who are yet to ratify the African Disability Protocol to ratify and domesticate the protocol, and urge the Republic of Kenya and Uganda and all member states who have ratified as a matter of urgency to align the protocol with national law and policies with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability to promote and safeguard the rights of women and girls with disability. On women's political participation across the continent, women face systemic exclusion from leadership and are at increased risk of violence during elections. In Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, and some regions of Africa, women and girls are intimidated, harassed, or blocked from full participation in the political development of their countries. We urge the Republic of Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, and other member states to enforce gender equality responses and measures to strengthen women political participation. And further, we urge the Commission to enforce mechanisms that monitor election gender-related violations, to promote accountability and gender equality approaches that safeguard women's political rights. In conclusion, we appeal to the Republic of Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, and all other member states to continue upholding their committed obligations to end impunity and ensure that every woman and girl, regardless of ability or status, can live free from violence, discrimination, and exclusion as per the African Charter and Maputo Protocol. We further appeal to the Commission to act with urgency to safeguard, promote, and enforce the rights and dignity of African women and girls in accordance with the African Charter, Maputo Protocol, and all other relevant resolutions to safeguard the rights of women and girls in the continent, especially women and girls with disability. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais appeler une dernière organisation et puis on passe à la dernière activité de la journée. Defenders Coalition Kenya. Defenders Coalition Kenya. 5 minutes, ça sera la dernière organisation pour aujourd'hui et puis on passe au panel de la journée. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Kamau Ngugi. I'm presenting on behalf of the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders, which is also called the Defenders Coalition. Chairperson, Kenya has a progressive constitution that enshrines the Bill of Rights and also signatory to several human rights treaties and conventions, as well as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Despite the legal framework, there is increased violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms of the citizens and also attacks on human rights defenders. Chairperson, Human rights defenders experience arbitrary arrest while they peacefully assemble, including when they petition the state to stop enforced disappearances and killing of young people and social media critics of the government. The human rights defenders are illegally detained by the police for prolonged periods before they are presented in a court of law. In addition, when presented in court, they are often have to pay huge bills, which make it difficult for them to be free. Chairperson, human rights defenders continue to be victims of extrajudicial killings, especially those who are vocal and critical against injustices and social ills. On 18th of January, for example, a vocal human rights defender from the Rift Valley province or region of Kenya was brutally murdered. His death is a constant reminder of the challenges human rights defenders endure in the quest for justice and safeguarding of human rights. Further, a woman human rights defender within Owino Uhuru area of Kilifi County continued to receive death threats as she seeks justice for her community following lead poisoning of their members. Chairperson, citizens' right to peacefully assemble have been curtailed by police who refuse to accept notifications and violently disperse groups that exercise these rights. On International Human Rights Day of the 10th December of last year, a peaceful march to highlight the concerns of the killing of women, femicide, in the country was violently disrupted by the police. Women human rights defenders were injured and others were sexually harassed by the police being arrested. On 30th of December 2024, again, citizens protest against the targeting of social media users and especially young people was equally disrupted. Their call was only to stop enforced disappearance. Chairperson, the Assembly and Demonstration Bill that is proposed of 2024 proposes to infringe heavily on the right to peaceful assembly. Such proposed legislation seeks to undermine the constitutionally guaranteed rights. It remains a concern that this proposed law is not enacted, has not been enacted, but has a potential of limiting the exercise of the constitutionally guaranteed right. Chairperson, the freedom of expression remains under constant threat in Kenya, with increased censorship, threats, surveillance, and online scrutiny from the state. Journalists are especially intimidated or attacked when doing their work. In April 2024, during the Kenya National Drama Festivals, high school girls were violently prevented from performing a play which is considered critical of the state. Chairperson, we remain deeply concerned over the cases of cross-border abductions of human rights defenders and pro-democracy activists in Kenya. Critical voices and human rights defenders from across the region have been forcibly removed from Kenya with no effort from the government to prevent such illegal acts. In November 2024, Uganda opposition leader Kizza Besigye was abducted from Kenya and taken back to his country where he's facing serious charges of treason. Malia Seruji from Tanzania was abducted and was only lucky to released when there was a lot of advocacy against her abduction. Similarly, asylum seekers from Turkey were equally abducted in Nairobi and forcibly taken back, now where they were arrested. Chairperson, minority groups, particularly the LGBTQ persons, live in fear of attacks at home and within communities. The government has failed to register the National Gays and Human Rights Commission despite numerous court decisions affirming the right of queer persons to associate. Chairperson, we are concerned with the increasing cases of femicide and gender-based violence against women and girls in the country. Of greater concern is the low rate of prosecution of perpetrators of these heinous crimes. Further, the existing legal framework do not seem to effectively fight femicide. Chairperson, we are concerned with the delay in the operationalization of key laws which directly impact on the work of human rights defenders. Despite the National Coroners Act being enacted in 2017, the same has yet to be operationalized. Defenders Coalition calls upon the chairperson of the African Commission to urge the Kenyan state on the following: to enact legislation for the protection of human rights defenders, to ensure all violations and abuses against human rights defenders and youth, including the killings and abductions, are comprehensively investigated and all perpetrators prosecuted within the confines of the law, to respect the right to peacefully assemble, freedom of expression and freedom of association, access to information and media freedom as a guarantee, which are guaranteed in the Kenyan Constitution and under international law, to bring to an end the practice of and ensure cases of cross-border abductions are comprehensively investigated and those culpable are prosecuted within the confines of the law. Call for the operationalization of the National Coroners Act.
Please conclude.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Nous suspendons momentanément le point sur la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Pour la dernière activité qui va nous prendre 1 heure, c'est le panel sur la situation des défenseurs des droits de l'homme et des peuples en Afrique. Est-ce que les panélistes qui sont présents dans la salle peuvent monter ici parce qu'il y a la rapporteure des Nations Unies qui va intervenir en ligne. Anita et Zelalem. Les panélistes qui sont dans la salle, s'ils peuvent nous aider à gagner vraiment le temps. La première journée, tout le monde est fatigué. Les panélistes qui devaient se trouver dans ce panel sont invités à rejoindre le podium rapidement. Pendant qu'ils sont en train de s'installer, et pour éviter que nous nous perdions du temps, mesdames, mesdemoiselles et messieurs, c'est avec plaisir que la Commission africaine va maintenant, dans 1 heure maximum, je vous promets que dans 1 heure on va arrêter, il est 16h37, à 17h37, nous aurons terminé ce panel. Nous sommes donc heureux, les membres de la Commission, de vous présenter ce panel sur la situation des défenseurs des droits de l'homme et des peuples en Afrique. Le thème de ce panel, c'est faire taire la violence contre ces défenseurs des droits de l'homme et des peuples en Afrique en s'attaquant à la répression transnationale et à la répression numérique. Il y a maintenant un défi sur le continent. Ce défi tient au fait que l'intégrité des espaces civiques pose problème pour les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Or, nous avons tous en commun dans cette salle, quelles que soient nos casquettes respectives, État, CNDH, Organisation de la société civile, membres de la Commission africaine, nous avons en commun le fait que nous sommes tous dans cette salle des défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Nous utilisons des outils qui figurent dans la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Je rappelle les articles 9, 10, 11 et 12, liberté d'expression, liberté d'association, liberté de réunion et liberté de mouvement. Mais il se fait que chaque fois que les défenseurs essayent de faire leur travail, ils sont de plus en plus exploités, ils sont de plus en plus attaqués pour freiner leur activisme. Les États n'hésitent plus à recourir à une surveillance numérique, à une désinformation, aux cyberattaques. Vous savez qu'aujourd'hui, l'intelligence artificielle s'est invitée dans nos ordinateurs et dans nos téléphones portables. C'est devenu carrément un outil qui est utilisé contre les défenseurs des droits de l'homme parce qu'avec ça, on peut générer n'importe quelles images en imitant même les voix de personnes pour pouvoir les inquiéter. Chose plus grave, on a même comme l'impression que les États coopèrent dans ce domaine pour traquer les défenseurs des droits de l'homme qui vivent en exil.
With this matter, namely Zimbabwe is the most cases, the tracking that has been instituted against the activists who protest online. They have been arrested. In Kenya, they are kidnapped. So this question of of kidnapping across the borders is not a pipe dream. It's a real thing. It's a concrete matter. Here and there, we witness kidnappings, digital harassment. These acts are serious, and even when they are documented, they remain unpunished. So it is increasing more and more. We have a lot of cases involving transnational repression. Burkina Faso comes to mind, Ethiopia, Kenya, Cameroon, Niger, Mali, and Uganda. The family, the relatives of these human rights defenders are also harassed. For example, in Swatini, what you call the pro-democracy militants, their relatives have been harassed. This is why we deemed to initiate reflection on this matter during this session. This will be very brief discussions on this matter, and it is with the utmost pleasure that I would call upon the panelists who are here present to interact with us on this matter. Other panelists can also intervene through video conferencing. So I now call upon Madam Wanda Kesavsita, Senior Program. She's on my left, dressed in white, Senior Program Officer, Defenders, to do a presentation on the analysis and the trends of the civil society on transnational repression and the digital tracking of human rights defenders in Africa. Mrs. Walder, please have a look at your watch because we will give you 7 minutes to make your presentation.
Tactics to suppress dissent and target activists and human rights defenders. We see intensified surveillance, which has resulted in a surge of arbitrary arrests and abductions. And this is particularly during periods of civil unrest. So in analysis of these trends, we've noted that it manifests in the following ways. One is through ambiguous legal frameworks and using vague statutes which enable intrusive surveillance by governments. And this leads to criminalizing opposition movements, arbitrary detentions, and enforced disappearance, especially during mass mobilizations. We've also noted internet throttling to disrupt mobilization. So this is through use of spyware, bots for surveillance, and manipulation of digital platforms to track, harass, and intimidate activists who are either mobilizing online for campaigns online, or using the online platforms to mobilize for offline protests, peaceful protests. Then during electoral cycles, these tactics are amplified. In addition to connectivity restrictions, this I mean internet shutdowns or social media bans, we also see coordinated smear campaigns which are launched to discredit civil society actors and which undermine their credibility and silence dissent. As you mentioned, Chairperson, the rise of deepfake technology and artificial intelligence heightens the risks of misinformation, narrative manipulation, and reputational attacks on human rights defenders. And the targeted surveillance and phishing schemes are also used to breach data security and sow trust within activist communities. So doxing, public shaming, media restrictions are all used to isolate activists and limit their access to crucial information, which advances their work. The role of technology companies is also evolving in the repression landscape and is dual-faceted. On one hand, compliance with the government-imposed regulations facilitates censorship and enables this digital surveillance. And on the other hand, these platforms still remain very vital tools for mobilization, for social movements to grow, for advocacy, and for documentation of rights violations. So while partnerships with organizations such as African Defenders, Defenders, and private actors like Meta continue to provide essential support to at-risk human rights defenders that conduct their activities online through facilitating preventive and reactive protective interventions, it's ultimately the responsibility of states to uphold their obligations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And this includes guaranteeing fundamental freedoms and ensuring the protection of those who defend them. Regarding transnational repression, a recent comprehensive study by Human Rights Watch shed light on the alarming escalation of transnational repression, and this is a tactic that's increasingly being used by governments to silence dissent beyond the borders, and it's mostly targeting human rights defenders, journalists, civil society activists, and political opponents who pose serious threats to those who have sought safety abroad. It creates a pervasive environment of fear and insecurity, not only for individuals in exile, but also for their families and networks back home. So transnational repression is not a new phenomenon, but one that has been significantly downplayed, ignored, and this has resulted in severe underrepresentation and documentation. So this practice in Africa is not isolated to a single region. As you mentioned, Chair, it has been documented across multiple countries, including Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Mozambique, Burkina Faso, to mention but a few. And these tactics are wide-ranging and often coordinated across jurisdictions, and they include extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances of exiled dissidents, cross-border surveillance, intimidation and harassment, misuse of international policing mechanisms, particularly Interpol red notices, to arbitrarily detain political opponents or activists under the pretext of national security, coercion of refugee hosting states to extradite or deport asylum seekers under threat of diplomatic or economic retaliation, and cyber operations and digital surveillance targeting diaspora communities, often with the assistance or tacit approval of host governments. So journalists and dissidents are particularly vulnerable with transnational repression. Many face credible threats of abduction, assassination, or arbitrary detention, even while living in countries that offer asylum or refuge. In some cases, they are subjected to sophisticated smear campaigns, cyber attacks, or travel bans that limit their ability to continue their advocacy. And these trends also represent a direct assault on the international asylum system, which undermines the right to seek protection from persecution as enshrined in the international and regional legal instruments. They also challenge the principle of state sovereignty as authoritarian regimes extend their repressive reach into foreign jurisdictions, sometimes with the complicity or negligence of host states. In light of these deeply concerning developments, we strongly call on African states to uphold their obligations under the international law, including the African Charter, and to refrain from enabling or participating in transnational repression. And we call on the Commission to encourage state parties to not only implement robust safeguards to protect exiled HRDs, journalists, and activists from retaliation. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, in the context of this year's theme, it's important to recognize that justice cannot be achieved without addressing ongoing violations against those who defend human rights and speak out against power. Reparative justice must go beyond material redress and include structural guarantees of non-repetition, including the protection of civic space, digital rights, and the sanctity of asylum. I thank you, Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Walda Keza-Chaka, pour cette première présentation et les recommandations que vous avez faites pertinentes à l'égard des États, en les invitant à ne pas participer à cette répression transnationale et à s'abstenir de procéder au ciblage numérique. Je voudrais maintenant demander à Madame Andriana Livelo Nirimarisoa Priska, qui est la vice-présidente de la Commission nationale indépendante des droits de l'homme de Madagascar, pour 7 minutes, de nous dire un mot sur comment on peut mettre en évidence le phénomène et le rôle des INDH dans cette répression comme réponse aux tendances contre la répression et les mécanismes en place pour soutenir justement les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Madame Andriana Livello, vous avez la parole pour 7 minutes.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, chers délégués, chers membres de l'organisation de la société civile, c'est un honneur aujourd'hui que la Commission nationale de Madagascar puisse s'exprimer devant vous pour vous rapporter la situation actuelle à Madagascar concernant les défenseurs des droits de l'homme, tout ce qui est répression numérique et répression transnationale. On n'a pas vraiment l'occasion d'avoir l'opportunité de parler devant vous et je vais essayer d'être bref dans mes propos. Madagascar a lutté depuis 2018 pour que la loi sur les défenseurs des droits
fought for resolutions of human rights be adopted. To date, we have not succeeded for the law on the defense of human rights to be put in place whilst they are still putting in place. In that regard, Madagascar has contributed for several years to fight to ensure that the law is enacted through the bill and also through bills following the reluctance of the states to adopt the law on human rights defenders. With respect to digital repression in Madagascar, well, Madagascar has not yet resorted to censorships or repression of all times that can happen, but then digital repression is appearing in the form of prosecutions, and through this, defenders are prosecuted either common law offenses or through the cyber criminality law, or the famous undermining with respect to not yet experienced, because of this repression today, we would like on issues with respect to the environment, because the situation is so much of concern in our country, given that these human rights defenders in the environmental sector bear the brunt of several threats and the Commission, I mean, civil society organizations do support these defenders because they live in the forest and or rather, I'm sorry, the security forces to ensure that the protection is guaranteed. Today, Chairperson, we are urging for your assistance he not in, I mean, elected. Because we have the impression that we are alone in this fight, but then we will continue. We have already started. We will continue. Therefore, we are requesting for your kind assistance to come to our our rescue so that this law would be enacted. Because already it is very difficult to talk about human rights defenders because the parliament is not open to discussions. So we can be protected against this digital attack against human rights defenders. Thank you. National Human Rights Commission. I will now call upon Madam Mary Leroux, Special Rapporteur of United Nations on the situation of human rights defenders, for her intake, for her takes on this situation and the role of the UN mechanism for the protection
for making it happen. As and human legislation designed the ability of defenders to do their work is to bounce November is immediately to legislation that would severely the ability of human rights defenders to do their work. The bill would also prohibit Angola NGOs from receiving for so-called dubious purposes, deemed to be detrimental to organization as representing a threat to the state. The imposition of very restrictive legislation. Of course, it is not just restrictive legislation that is hindering human rights defenders. We are living in an age where there are a great number of armed conflicts than at any because of their documentation of human rights abuses in their home country. Well aware that many defenders also face risks from extractive industry. The right of local communities are sacrificed to allow for the enrichment of a very small few. So firsthand, the devastation being wrought on communities with leading to the capture and arrest in violation of the abduction of defender and his alleged extraordinary rendition to Rwanda. Neither government, and sadly, this is not an isolated. In light of all of what can be done, ensuring the voice of rights defenders must be carried out at every level, local, national, regional, and international. And I think we all have a small role to play at international level, where I can ask for voices rights defenders. Mandate. Human rights. Cases with the. If I can't raise it, I'm already given up by voluntarily face African human rights defenders taken. My website, www.s4.org, has information on how to submit information in Portuguese. When we get information into us, I've been very disappointed that it has not been possible for me to conduct a single official country visit to any state in sub-Saharan Africa in the 5 years I've been mandate holder. I have made multiple, some states have even verbally accepted, but have not followed through to ensure that it happened. Most recently, Central African Republic and Malawi have either invited me or said yes to me, and I am hoping that these visits will indeed take place in the final year. Thank you very much and look forward to a fruitful discussion.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Madame la rapporteure spéciale, de nous donner le point de vue des mécanismes onusiens sur cette question.
On this issue, of this worrying situation. Now we're going to move on to the discussion part. We're not going to take everybody because we only have 30 minutes more. For the states, we're going to take everybody, but for the other structures, there are quite a few of them. We're going to choose one of a few because we won't be able to give the floor to everyone. I'm going to start. I'd like to start with the Embassy of Uganda. Those who were already registered, the Embassy of Uganda, Excellency Amogo Otego, Ambassador, you have the floor. Is she in the hall?
I would just like to say that we've listened carefully to different interventions where Uganda has been mentioned. Our head of delegation, the Attorney General, is arriving. We'll give him a brief, and it will be a comprehensive response. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Algerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Algérie. Ok, ça va. L'ambassade de Tunisie au Sénégal. Ambassadeur Saldani qui voulait intervenir sur cette question. Ambassadeur Saldani. ambassadeur de Tunisie au Sénégal. Il n'est pas là. Est-ce qu'on va prendre un État qui ne s'est pas inscrit et puis on passe aux autres? Est-ce qu'il y a un État dans la salle? C'est... Ah, la République arabe sahraoui démocratique. Vous avez la parole, mais soyez bref, hein, pour... ça va. Allez-y.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I just wanted to seize this opportunity, since we are talking about human rights defenders, to inform Your Excellencies that the Sahrawi human rights defenders are under constant attacks by the Moroccan forces of occupation. We have more than around 40 political prisoners. Most of them are human rights defenders who were tried in iniquitous trials, imprisoned for life sentences, harassment, house arrest. Lawyers, journalists, and members of civil society organizations who dare to speak out against the Moroccan illegal occupation are ill-treated, harassed, and you know how these sort of people are treated. So I wanted just to urge the Commission to condemn Morocco continued repression of Sahrawi human rights defenders. This situation cannot pass ignored. Establish, if possible, some special fact-finding mission, or communicate with the Sahrawi human rights defenders to hear their dolations. The situation is very dire and needs a special attention from the Commission. Thank you very much.
Merci. Mais ici, nous attendions plus.
We're actually expecting your contribution to this issue, but we heard something else, which is identical to what you did when you took the floor on the human rights situation in Africa. Now I'm going to give the floor to a few organizations. Like I said before, we can't take all of them in order to enable the panelists to react. European Partition for Democracy, you've got the floor. Pan-Africa, IGA. I'll take a few at random. International Federation of Human Rights, Jean-Claude Katende. There are quite a few of them, and we can't take all. Otherwise, we might have to spend the night here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the floor. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished commissioners, and the International Federation of Human Rights, in the context of Observatory for the Protection of Human Rights, we would like to draw your attention to a few cases of violation against human rights defenders on the continent. The first situation that is of concern to us is about abduction and forced disappearances, which are violent methods that are increasingly being used to reduce human rights defenders to silence. In Mali, for example, on 14 March 2025, Alou Badara Sanko, a member of the Forum of the Organization of Civil Society in Mali and the speaker for the Do Not Touch My Money, was kidnapped and taken to an unknown destination after statements he made on the social media. His fate is still unknown to this day. In Burkina Faso, members of the Ballet Citoyen, Amadou Sawadogo, Emifal Ousmane, were abducted on the 21 and 30 March 2025, respectively. Journalist Sanogo Bukaro and Luke were abducted on 24 March 2025, and the journalists Kalifara Sere, Adama, and Fayala and Atiana Sesh were kidnapped in June and July 2024. All of them have unknown. That this whereabouts are unknown to this day. This technique was used by the military authorities in power and used systematically and discriminatorily against human rights defenders and dissident voices in order to reduce them to silence. In Guinea, it's about 10 months now since Koma Sila and Mamadou Biloba gone missing. They were abducted on 9 July 2025 while taking part in a peaceful campaign to denounce media censorship. The observatory underscores the risks that the human rights defenders have taken and that they fear that they are under torture and human rights abuses and their fundamental rights have been violated. The second situation that's of concern to us, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished commissioners, concern acts of violence against human rights defenders that continue to proliferate generally on the continent, and especially when they are arrested and during their arbitrary detention. In Tunisia, the lawyer Damani has been arbitrarily detained since 11 May 2024, and she faces up to 35 years in prison for her critical stance and has been victims of torture and inhumane treatment. Mr. Chair, I'd like to recall the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where human rights defenders are abused in so many situations. On this note, allow me to make a few recommendations, Mr. Chair. Given this, the observatory invites the African Committee to implement the following recommendations immediately and without any conditions. First, free all human rights defenders that have been arbitrarily detained, and in the intervening time, ensure that their detention conditions are fully compliant with the regional standards on human rights. You're going to submit that list to the panelists, otherwise it's going to appear as if it's an intervention, because time is again, of course. If you can wrap up, Mr. Chair, I'd like to conclude by saying that this situation, as you we have presented it, is of serious concern, and we think that the recommendations that are going to submit to you that I have with me will be implemented as far as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nana Center, Mr. Bravin Mbonditi. He asked for the floor. I don't think he's here. Ashire Ahmad.
Taremo.
Abed Taremo. He's not here. Africa Commission Rights Watch, Jacob Commander, who registered on this panel, he's not here either. Jan Maintenance, James Freeman Coffee, she's not here. Youth for Gender Equality Foundation, Babulo Kim Semele, not here either. And finally, I'd like to remind Voices in Nigeria, Adolescence and Advocacy, not here either. So I can't call everybody because time is against us. Now I'm going to turn to the panelists to react to what a few states have said and what a few organizations have said as well, and the cases that were brought to our knowledge on this transnational repression and the targeting of human rights defenders on the internet. I'd like to start with Mary. Is she here? Is she online? Mary? 3 minutes. You've got 3 minutes.
Integration of families, and so much more. And to call it out is because it is states that are responsible. It's not all the organizations that are doing their best to try and protect human rights defenders. And it is the human rights defenders themselves who are simply working for the rights of those people who have no one to help them. It is the states who bear the responsibility for protecting human rights defenders, and they should exercise that responsibility and live up to the obligations that they have freely accepted. I am too tired of states making excuses and pretending that they are champions of defenders of human rights. It is rubbish to hear that. And I just call on all states there to really put in place the laws, policies, and practices that are necessary to protect human rights defenders, and not to hide behind these vague laws that in fact work against them. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Walda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to Special Rapporteur Mary Lolo as well for a very strong recommendation. Building on that, I would just like to reiterate the recommendations that I made earlier, and also building on Special Rapporteur Mary Lolo's call to states to uphold their extraterritorial human rights obligations, but also include digital repression, intentionally include digital repression in the periodic state reviews, including reporting on safeguards that have been put in place to protect online freedoms and transnational activists. And while we're honored to have both the UN special procedures and the African special mechanisms responsible for human rights defenders on this panel, we also call for leveraging the Addis Ababa Roadmap's commitment, coordination, and mutual enforcement through a unified, working with civil society organizations to develop a unified monitoring framework that tracks incidents of digital and cross-border repression, such as those that have been shared here today by the civil society organizations and some of the state parties. And we also would like to have a specific focus on misinformation and disinformation, which is currently being widely used to delegitimize the work of defenders. And lastly, Chairperson, it's important that we have a greater transparency and oversight of international policing mechanisms to prevent the abuse against human rights defenders and political dissidents. So we call on both the international and regional mechanisms to advocate for reforms to Interpol systems to prevent misuse of red notices. We thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Walda. Je vais appeler notre collègue.
Our colleague, Adriana Andevelo. You've got 3 minutes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to reflect on the fact that in the law establishing the Human Commission in Madagascar, which says that once a case is brought before the court, that's where the rights and powers of the commission ends. Like I said, the digital repression take the form of judicial prosecution. Be that as it may, these human rights defenders were prosecuted for reasons relating to common rights situations, but not exactly on what they said on social media. For us, the Madagascar Commission for Human Rights, the only way we can move forward to work to protect these defenses is to adopt laws and thereafter have a strong mechanism that will support and ensure that the adoption of the law is implemented, because in Madagascar we have the law on the national mechanism for the prevention since 2018, but we don't have any implementation decree to date. So I'd like to bring my presentation to an end by seeking your assistance respectfully to help us so that we can succeed in getting this law adopted. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, all the panelists who gave us the honor to take part in this first panel on the situation of human rights defenders who are victims of transnational repression and digital targeting. We hoped that through this panel, the human rights defenders of the state will have been mobilized and sensitized so that as defenders they should support they should not support these practices that do not honor our continent. We hope also that civil society organizations will continue to conduct advocacy for states to fulfill their obligations in accordance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. We have articles on which they can base their arguments in order to prevent this repression. I'm talking about Article 9 to 12 on freedoms of expression. We also like to request the Human Rights Commission, that are partners of the African Commission, to work in their respective countries and ensure that this category of human rights defenders is protected. The African Commission is preparing a African statement on the protection and promotion of the role of human rights defenders, and would like to incorporate the recommendations that you have raised during this panel. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, everyone. On this note, we like to bring to a close today's agenda. I'd like to thank states, the National Commission on Human Rights, the civil society, all stakeholders that have been here since 9 a.m. with the hope that we'll meet tomorrow and continue with the agenda. I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Abiola so that she can present, make any necessary announcements. But tomorrow we'll meet at 9 o'clock. Madam Abiola, you have the floor, the Executive Secretary to the Commission, if she has some announcements to make. Madam Abiola, you have the floor.
Excellencies and distinguished participants, for having been with us since morning. There is no side event that I'm aware of this evening after close of business, but we will be resuming tomorrow morning to continue with the situation of human rights in Africa, and we kindly request that all those who have registered to take the floor should kindly make themselves available in the room, because the chair would repeat the list for those who were not available today, and he will be doing so for the last time. So we urge members of CSOs who are here to kindly also speak to our colleagues that need to be in the room to make their statements. Otherwise, thank you very much and have a great evening. Thank you.